Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this event entitled Waves of Change, Practice Peace. Today is International Peace Day as declared by the United Nations in 1981, and it's amazing that we've all come out here today in Croydon, in London, to actually bring peace into focus, to actually discuss it, and to actually reflect on how peace can actually become a reality for us at the level of individuals, for our families, for our communities, and indeed for countries across the world. This event is being brought live from Croydon on Peacecast TV and has been made possible because of Peace Partners, Youth Futures and the Tutu Foundation UK. So my name is Mitesh Desai and it's really a pleasure to be your host today, and I'd like to really wish a very warm good morning, good afternoon and even good evening to all the people who are joining us on Peacecast TV today as this 48-hour broadcast goes out across the world. It's been going out for a number of years, made possible by the work of volunteers who put the streaming on from when Peace Day starts and then finishes, which is a whole 48 hours when you consider the entire globe. And this event is really made possible because of all the contributions different individuals and organisations make in terms of the videos that they give to Peacecast TV, so that peace can be discussed in very many ways at all the different levels of international peace, national peace, community peace and individual peace. But we know that even though we're marking International Peace Day today, that actually peace is not just for one day. And what I'm really inspired about today is some of the people, some of the guests that we have with us. They'll be talking to us about the various projects that they're undertaking in London, in Croydon and around the UK. And you will hear the passion and the relentless effort that they are making to actually make peace not just for one day, but actually for every day. And I hope that, if anything, one thing that we all take away from today is that today is a time for reflection, it's a time to focus, it's a time to connect, it's a time to form partnerships so that actually together, coming together, peace can actually be a reality in our world. So, I hope that you're going to feel inspired. I hope you're going to interact. For those of you on Peacecast TV, feel free to phone a friend, pick up the phone, tell other people about Peacecast TV and get them to join the conversation too. So we have a packed agenda. I've mentioned about the various charities and individuals that are going to be telling us about the work that they're undertaking. We're also going to hear about specific international projects about making peace possible at a human level. And we've even got some controversial topics, such as how do we actually create a ministry of peace? How can peace become a focus for every single government, not just in the UK, but for around the world? And we've got an exciting speaker who I'll tell you about shortly, who's going to talk to us about that. And we're also going to observe International Peace Day at 12 noon, local time here in Croydon. But wherever you are in the world, if it's 12 noon where you are, you may also want to take time for quiet reflection to observe International Peace Day today. And we're also going to enjoy some amazing performances from some local artists here from Croydon and the surrounding area. So, welcome to everybody, welcome to you around the world. For those of you perhaps in Australia, hope you're not feeling too sleepy, and a good morning and welcome to the day for those of you in America. I'd like to welcome now the founder and trustee of Peace Partners, Julie Hammersley, to talk to us about what Peace Partners is doing. So Julie, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Tell us, what is Peace Partners?
Okay, well, firstly, just to say thank you and hello everyone. Very nice to see you all here, and I'm delighted to share this day of peace with you. So thank you, Mitesh. I'll be delighted to talk a little bit about Peace Partners. Peace Partners is a UK registered charity, and it is now in its third year. And it has actually three main aims: peace, humanitarian and partnerships. So our humanitarian work actually supports the initiative Food for People, which is operational in impoverished regions in India, Nepal and Ghana. And it allows children in those regions to receive one hot, nutritious meal, which results in many benefits. They can go to school and they're there with a full stomach, so they can focus on the lessons more. They're not having to go into... Thank you. They don't have to go into the fields to work. And it's had many benefits, including the schools have actually had to expand because more children are able to go to school. And they're actually, some of the children are going on to higher education, which has never happened in these particular areas before. And because the facilities actually show the children some basic hygiene skills, just simple things like washing their hands before they eat, they've taken that back into their own families. And the whole community their health has improved throughout the whole community. So it's an incredible project to be involved with, and we're delighted to be able to support that. We also run campaigns to raise funds for humanitarian crisis, such as the recent hurricane in the Bahamas. In regards to the aim for peace, the charity is committed to supporting and raising awareness towards personal peace, really to allow people to discover their own inner resources and innate tools for living, such as their own inner strength and empowerment. And this is through the Peace Education Programme, which has been developed by the Prem Rawat Foundation. And you'll hear more about this during the day. We also raise awareness and promote peace activities that are happening in the UK. So just moving on, as the name Peace Partners suggests, partners are important to us, and we are developing and expanding this area. We organise these types of forum events, such as today's event, and this really allows us to work with our partners and showcase and highlight the work and effort that is being made today to make a difference in the lives of people. And we are working on providing a strong platform for organisations to hear their stories. So, for example, we've been working closely with some communities affected by gang violence in South London and for vulnerable organisations. And we're looking to facilitate and run the Peace Education Programme in these areas. So I'd also like to reach out to members of the wider community, youth leaders and organisations who are here today, who are working towards about bringing change, to talk to us about becoming involved and find out more about collaborating and working with us. These partnerships will enable us to create activities that will reach into communities and make a real difference in people's lives. So we're making great strides forward to achieving the aims and objectives of the charity, and this has been a hugely exciting time, focusing on the different aspects that we as a team and as individuals passionately care about: peace, humanitarian help and aid, and building partnerships with like-minded organisations and individuals. So I'd really like to just take this opportunity to thank all the volunteers, donors, sponsors, partners, supporters and interested individuals all around the world who make our work possible. And remember, as we do, that it's all about the people, the recipients of your generosity, the people who are touched by these incredible messages and activities around peace, our supporters, partners, and the many volunteers who are helping to make a difference. So I just wanted to finish just with a quote which really resonates with me from Hafsat Abiola, and he states, "Peace comes from being able to contribute the best that we have and all that we are toward creating a world that supports everyone. But it is also securing the space for others to contribute the best that they have and all that they are." So thank you, Mitesh, and everyone, thank you for listening, and I hope you really enjoy the day.
Thank you, Julie. So So a truly inspiring quote, and I think it really is in keeping with the agenda for today, where we hear about the inspiring people from our community here in London who have actually made it a priority to make peace possible, but not just do it themselves, but actually bring other people on board to actually bring that possibility at a community level. So coming up, we're going to hear from Kieran Canando-Gilpin, a renowned boxing champion who's been involved with a special project aiming to build bridges between disenfranchised youth and the local police. But first, we're going to see a video from Mark Murray, the founder of the project.
Hi, my name is Mark Murray. I am the founder of the Roundtable, and I want to thank all the young people who do get involved in this program. It is very, very important that we really band together to make this happen. We are really looking for young people who, of course, have real experiences growing up with policing issues and things like that. We need people who are really confident to speak up and challenge people and ask questions that you never really get to ask. Always try to engage as much as you can, never really hold back. Best you understand that it is a free space where there's no consequence for saying what you really want to say at all. Or you want to make sure you hold authority accountable for any of the issues. But one thing we don't want to do is blame the wrong people for things. We want this program to be very influential to not just us and other young people, but to the police as well, and make them feel that this is something they believe the police force definitely needs. I do understand that for a lot of young people, especially some of the ones who have obviously had really negative issues with police, it's definitely going to be difficult to get to the point where you feel that you're okay to even sit around the table and talk with police. I get that. But it's really, really important that you understand that this is the best opportunity that we are given right now to really speak out. Don't put yourself in a box where, oh, it's police so I'm not talking to them type of thing. You want to really step out your comfort zone and really, really challenge. Even if you're just giving it a try to see how it goes, it can never hurt. Just by telling your story, you can change the way someone polices forever. If we get this right, everyone who's representing becomes a real youth leader. You get people in your community looking up to you, and of course it only broadens directions that you can go in your future. Take this by force and just give it 100.
Good morning. It gives me tremendous pleasure to be here today. Please do give me signs regarding timekeeping because I can get carried away talking. It gave me great joy to be a part of the Ubuntu Roundtable projects because there's been this ongoing tension amongst young people and the police. Where this tension originated from, I have no idea, because there's even senior members of my community that are law-abiding citizens, and for some reason when the police come around, even they're not interested. So I realized this wasn't just an issue with young people, but even older members in the community also had this tension with the police. And even me growing up, just driving with my parents, and I'm in the back seat, when there was police, I would hear, my dad would sit upright and be like, oh, and nobody knew why this was. So this project was to explore what this tension is about and how we can reduce it, because the police are there to make us feel safe, to protect us, and young people or members of the community shouldn't fear them. There shouldn't be this big disconnect. In fact, it should be a special relationship. Anybody who has an interest of protecting me and making me feel safe and secure is someone that I want to have a good relationship with. I should be a fan of that person. In some sense, that's like a hero that you see in the movies. If something was to take place now and somehow we're in danger, we'd all be running away from the situations. Police will be running towards it to offer us help and support, and these people are heroes. However, there's a lot of issues that goes on, and what we found out is some police officers would have like preconceived ideas about a young man that resembles this awesomeness right here. So anyone kind of dressed mainly black and like a hat backwards like this, or a hoodie on the head or something, there would be some preconceived ideas about this young man's character or young girl's character. And it would also be the same when a young person would see a police officer. Anyone with Metropolitan Police and a badge, they would also have preconceived ideas about that person. So you have two fellow human beings judging each other as soon as they make contact, as soon as they see each other and encounter each other. They already have all these ideas. So this project was to explore that with the aim to break down the social barriers and kind of encourage police officers to see beyond the hoodie, beyond the youthfulness, beyond the volume, beyond the walk, beyond the talk what's going on, fam, to see beyond that, but also for young people to see beyond the uniform, right? And we was kind of skeptical going into this project because we had real hard to reach street corner kids. Even at times we had young offenders, right? And some of them made it quite clear, I can't wait to see the police, I'm gonna give them my mind and this and that. And we had to be like, hold on, this is a human being. We don't know who they are, so we can't come with that kind of attitude. And we also had to do the same with the police so that everybody can come into this safe space with the right attitude and the right approach on learning about each other. Would I consider the project a success? Absolutely. Absolutely. Right? To begin with, would have police officers in a room and they will all plug into one corner, and then we literally have the young people all together in the other corner. It was like a war's about to take place. And literally by the end of the project, everyone was mixing and matching. We had to kick them out. We had to be like, guys, it's over now, because they were talking, playing table tennis with each other, playing pool with each other. And this just basically showed me and proved to me that it's possible. Everything is possible. But without communication, without dialogue, you will never know, right? And today is World Peace Day, and we all want peace. In fact, success for me is peace. That inner peace, peace on our streets, that's success to me, right? So projects like this and what Peace Partners are doing is absolutely amazing, and everyone around the world that's actively being the change they want to see in the community, that is actively developing projects and running projects to make the world a better place, I commend you with my every fiber of my being is applauding you right now, because we cannot leave it to fate. Like, we actually have to actively participate and get involved in affecting change. And this is what we were promoting, or what we are promoting on the project, that it's not about an institutional change. Many of us might be gone by the time that happens. I'm talking about me too, right? We need to actively make change as individuals. So we had the police officers question their practice, or whenever they saw bad practice, they would challenge it amongst their colleagues. We had the young people pledge to also challenge bad practice and encourage their peers to suspend any judgment, right, when they meet a police officer. So I just want to end my talk today by encouraging you all to continue to be an advocate for peace, to continue to be an ambassador for positive change, right? And I want to encourage you, anyone you come across, any negative preconceived ideas that just pops in our mind, sometimes we cannot help it. That's the truth of it. It just rushes in. Oh gosh, they look scary, right? Let's try our best to just suspend any negative thoughts and just remain neutral. And if we are going to assume something, let's assume good. Let's assume good until proven otherwise. We've got this built-in quality that when there's danger, we will know, and we're gonna get out of there real quick. Okay, but before that, let's trust that compass, that if it is danger, we will know, we'll be alerted, and we could get away from it. But prior to that, let's be neutral. Let's assume good. I honestly believe love is the answer. I believe love is the answer. And when I see a fellow human being, I don't see the color of your eyes that's different to mine doesn't matter to me. The color of your hair, the color of your skin, the way you dress, where you're from, the language you speak, the accent you have, none of that matters. The first thing I see is my reflection. I literally see my reflection. I want to hug you, I want to squeeze you, right? And if we can take that type of approach, I think we are actively already making the world a better place. Thank you very much.
So Kieran, really inspiring to hear that, and I think the takeaway for me was that actually peace is not something that happens passively. You know, quite often when people think about peace, it's like, oh, nothing is happening, so it's all quiet. But what you just said, Kieran, is peace is actually an active thing that needs to happen, and it's only going to be possible when each and every one of us takes that action. And I love the fact that you were talking about actually suspending that judgment and recognizing the humanity in each individual. And it reminds me of the word empathy, when we really try to relate to the other person for the person that they are, the human being that they are, rather than all these labels and these differences that we have so habitually done time and time again. And I know I do that. I'm probably doing it right now, probably even about myself as I stand here. So thank you very much, Kieran, for that. Which brings us nicely on to the next topic that we're going to talk about. So what Kieran described was what's happening in our communities. Getting rid of that void, that difference, that confusion that lies between young people and the police. The judgments that have completely polluted the mindset of both sets of individuals. What it comes back to is the individual, and we're going to hear about a program that is targeting, maybe targeting is not the word, that is actually focusing on the individual for them to recognize the strengths that they have. So we're going to begin with a video about the Peace Education Program.
You know Olympics, you know the main flame, the big flame, and then the Olympic runners go and light the torch. So he's the main flame, and then people like me are the guys that are going to go light the torch, run and pass the burn, you know, pass it on and inspire others. And he even said it, if you're a candle, all you can do is light other candles.
Every time I listen to him, it's like a really pleasant slap in the face. It's like a wake-up call.
Part of it is about young, men reconnecting with their feelings and their innate goodness.
People were really fundamentally changed by the programme.
To see something like that, where those individuals' lives were just being transformed, was really marvellous, and I thought really inspirational.
When I first went on the Peace course, I did feel like I was coming out of the prison to get some sort of therapy. I felt as if someone cared about this inner me.
one of the videos when there's a baby cub lion and a big lion comes and the cub lion thinks he's a sheep, so he runs away. Then the big lion says, you don't know who you are, you need to reflect on yourself and understand who you are, embrace your power. So for me, that's like lack of identity. People don't know who they are, so they live in fear.
It wasn't about the circumstances that they were in had changed, but that those inner circumstances had changed.
When you see these tough prisoners in Texas, and they don't come any tougher than that, and hearing the transformation, the change, the key word, the acceptance that there is another way, and the way is they have the answer. They have the answer. It's within themselves.
So the Peace Education Programme is a programme run by the Premrao Foundation, and we're going to talk about how this is becoming available in the UK through Peace Partners, and I'd like to welcome Christy Waite to come and join me and provide us some more information. For those of you who are watching via Peacecast TV, the Peace Education Programme is available throughout the world, and if you'd like further information, please log on to tprf.org for further information. So Chrissy, thank you so much for joining us today. Let me just make sure your microphone is on.
Thank you.
Thank you. So how is Peace Partners involved with making the Peace Education Programme available in the UK?
Thank you, Mitesh, and good morning to everybody, and good morning to everybody on Peacecast. I'd just like to clarify that we're involved in helping to make the Peace Education Programme available to community organisations. You'll have seen on the video that it's happening in prisons all throughout the UK. There's a different group involved with that, so we're focusing on community. So we have a little list here of how we're involved, if that's okay for me to go through that. Thank you. We have lottery funding. We're very excited about that. It happened in early March this year, and we received national lottery funding. And it's specifically there to help community and youth organisations host the Peace Education Programme throughout the UK. We're very keen to use it, and we're very keen to make it widely available to help those organisations. We're developing the possibility of introducing the programme to colleges and schools. And again, that's part of our lottery funding requirement. Some exciting news is that the material is going to be further developed so that it's suitable for younger audiences, for children 14 and over, and also to reflect cultural differences. During Peace Partners events in the last couple of years, we've been holding 2 or 3 in the Croydon area, and we've been presenting the programme as an option for many organisations in the area. Organisations which have a similar purpose to Peace Partners, and they may find that the Peace Education Programme is of value to enhance what they're doing, maybe to complement what they're doing. This has notably included organisations who work with young people, a sixth form college, youth gang workers, and other groups or individuals wanting to bring peace to their community. We like to work in collaboration with our partners, and we've set up various networking meetings, and one of these has resulted in a youth organisation in the Midlands becoming very interested in the programme, especially for young offenders and other vulnerable young people. And Peace Partners are keen to work with any organisations who work with young people at the moment. We offer the programme to a charity for vulnerable adults, people who are at risk of homelessness and mental health. We've run it for 2 terms now at their educational college, and it was a very popular course. It was very popular with staff and with clients there, and the plans in place for that to continue and also to run it at another college in Bristol. And in this instance, we worked with a team of Peace Partners volunteers who dedicated their time and their passion to facilitate the course. And in that case, as with lots of charities and organisations, they're very stretched, they don't have enough volunteers, so they welcome a team to go in and actually run the programme for them. And we currently have a small team who are very dedicated, but we need more teams. So we ran a training course here in May in the town hall over the road, and it was for anyone interested in hosting the programme, anyone interested in gaining experience in facilitating it, or just wanting to help organise one. And we're going to plan another training session here, and we welcome anyone or any organisation who'd like to attend for those reasons that I've just mentioned. So I'd also like to point out it's not necessary to have a training, so if you're inspired to use the programme for your organisation, everybody's welcome to just go ahead. TPRF have all the Prem Rawat Foundation, who actually create the course. There's help online. Everything's there that anybody would need is online, and I'll go into more practical details this afternoon. But some people like to attend a training because, you know, you're there with other people. It's nice to experience the workshop for yourself, and maybe to have a practice at facilitating. So we can also do an introduction to the programme in your organisation. If, for example, you're inspired to take it back to your colleagues, but you would like them to find out more about it before you go ahead. So we could come in and do a little introduction. And we can support you to get started. There is a sheet on the table over there that would guide you through the whole process if you decided to do that. The whole process in the UK, because obviously resources and so on are available in a particular way to us in the UK, which is really useful. So thank you, Mitesh, for that question.
Thanks, Chrissy. So for those of you watching on Peacecast TV, please log on to tprf.org. There's lots of information about the Peace Education Programme. There's videos of the impact that it's been having across the globe. And one thing that I find really amazing, I understand that Peace Partners is working on communities and younger people, but what the video that we just saw really showed us is just the universality of applicability that this programme has, reaching each and every person regardless of their circumstances and their background. What really touched me is that you had a person who has been fighting for their country, recognising the personal peace that they needed and the impact that the programme was having. So here normally we have this dichotomy in our heads of how does somebody who go to war still experience the need for peace, and that video really brought that to life for me. And it doesn't matter your age, whether you are young or you're old. It could be that personal peace, regardless of where you find it, how you find it, it is so essential to the being of a human being. So thank you so much for sharing us about the Peace Education Programme in the UK. Tell me a little bit, we have seen it in the video, but actually, you know, when we're so busy in our organisations, and I used to work in the National Health Service, to do anything on top of your day job is just so difficult. Don't have the time, don't have the resources, just looking after the patients or running the school and making sure that people are getting through, or, you know, doing our responsibilities is so busy. So why is peace education something that our organisation or our community should actually be interested in?
Okay, well obviously it'd be a question of whether you saw a benefit for your members or clients, whether you think it could change their lives for the better, whether you think it's worth putting that time aside. I've got a few quotes from people who've attended the programme.
And I know that we're going to hear a little bit further this afternoon from people who've attended as well, so great.
Yes, we're going to have a chance to hear firsthand from people who've completed the programme. And these are quotes from people who gave permission during the workshop and are happy for me to use their words. So somebody said, I really enjoyed my first session. It's amazing learning about who you are. A lot to reflect on. Thank you. I feel very strong in myself when I watch the topic on inner strength. It's my favourite topic. This was for somebody who'd been 4 times. I need to cherish my existence. Sometimes life can become habitual and we forget that we choose what we experience, what we will experience. Being reminded that I sow the seeds of what I will experience in my world restores hope that each moment I can make a different choice. I know that hope will empower me. I've got some examples of organisations that might be interested. If we have time for me to do that, thank you. As already mentioned, youth organisations, schools and colleges, and we've seen on the video some of the benefits for young people. And some people who've experienced the peace education programme in prison said they wished they'd known about it beforehand. And they said that it should be made available to all young people. So it could be, speaking from my experience as a teacher, I know it could be introduced into the school curriculum under personal, social, health and emotional studies. So those young people have their own innate tools for life. I know the pressures on the curriculum, and as you were saying, Mitesh, sometimes it's difficult to find those times within organisations, but if somehow we could get it in there, I think it would be of such great benefit. Earlier this year, Peace Partners screened a film which was actually about the South American gang. We saw one of the leaders speaking on the video just now. And it showed the film that we screened it at the David Lean Cinema, and it showed how their lives had been completely transformed by the programme. They changed from a life of crime to helping people in the community. It seems quite remarkable, but if you get a chance to see that film, you'll see that it's actually true. They're still working as a gang, but now they're helping their community. And they sent a video. They sent a video to the gangs of London to say that peace is inevitable, and they asked us to pass it on to those gangs. And we've heard how offenders in prison often have low self-esteem and low self-worth, and don't realise that they can have positive control of their own life. So this is true for gang members too. Respect for one's own life can be helped by the programme, and from that comes respect for the lives of others. The sort of thing that Kieran was talking about earlier. And I liked his quote, which I wrote down, which was, "Be the change that they want to be the change that we want to be." And we've already made links with organisations that help youth gangs, and we'd like to support the Peace Education Programme in that area, as I've said before. For example, pupil referral units would find it useful. We heard from a UK veteran on the video, and volunteers have been facilitating the programme for veterans in the UK for some time, particularly in the London area, and we'd like to help make that more widely available in the UK. And there's carers groups and people experiencing difficult times in their life. One lady who was experiencing turbulence in her life she managed to come to just one session, and she said it was so welcome to be able to come somewhere to experience some inner peace. And this was actually prompted by an animation that we watched about finding peace and clarity within us in the middle of turbulence. And it was talking about that compass that Kieran mentioned earlier, about finding the compass within us to find our way out of the turbulence. And some organisations, as Mitesh has already mentioned, are under immense pressure, the police and the NHS, for example, so the programme can have the same benefit for those people, and we saw that on the video, that they can find their inner strength and those inner tools to carry on coping with those difficult things that they have to cope with. And I've mentioned before about people vulnerable to homelessness and mental health, and within the first 5 minutes of her first attendance, one lady said it was so powerful. What she was watching was so powerful, and just what she needed to hear at her stage of recovery. I heard the word power a lot during that course. People have said that life is worth living. It's given clarity to work through problems, and it's given hope. A lot of people said they felt empowered by the course. For some people, it offered a lovely environment in which to spend an enjoyable hour or two to forget about their problems, find some inner peace, and maybe some clarity to find the practical help that they need. And as we've mentioned, we're going to hear from 3 people this afternoon who are going to talk about their own experience.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to hearing about the human experience from local people here in London. Thank you very much for that. Now, I know we've talked about Peace Education Programme. For further information, it's available via tprf.org. And for those of you in the UK who are interested in finding out more about how Peace Education Programme could be set up to support your community or for younger people, please look at Peace Partners website. Can you tell us what the website is?
Okay.
Christy?
The website actually isn't on the back of here, but you can contact us via this email address, which is on the back. It's called PEP Inquiries UK. The TPRF website is on the back there as well. Peace Partners Peace Partners website address is www.peacepartners.co.uk.
Thank you. And just one brief question. What's inspired you to be involved in such a programme?
Quite a few things, I have to say. I've mentioned the fact that I have been a teacher. I'm a retired teacher now, so I actually really enjoy the privilege of witnessing people, learning and witnessing that transformation that takes place. It's such a privilege to actually be part of that. And I'd like to leave you with a quote that inspired me to offer the Peace Education Programme to a homeless charity. A couple of Christmases ago, a rough sleeper was interviewed on the news, and he said, "More than money, more than food, more than shelter, what we want is to be treated like human beings." And I knew that that's what the Peace Education Programme could offer, and I knew that was something Peace Partners could offer to that charity. So, thank you very much, and I look forward to sharing more this afternoon.
Thanks, Chrissy. What an inspiring quote. So, for those of you who are joining us via Peacecast TV, a very warm welcome. We are now going to take a 20-minute break, so in the meantime you can watch continuous streaming on Peacecast through the other window, and we'll join you in about 20 minutes. Come back again and we'll see you then. For the rest of us, there's tea and coffee. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and once again a good morning, good afternoon and a good evening to all of you who are joining us on Peacecast TV. This is the Practice Peace Waves of Change event brought to you live from Croydon, here in London, by Peace Partners, Youth Futures and the Tutu Foundation UK. So those of you who joined us earlier on, we heard some inspiring projects involving the youth building bridges with the police, and indeed the police building bridges with the youth as part of the Ubuntu roundtables. And we also heard about a phenomenal global programme really addressing peace at the human level, Peace Education Programme made available by TPRF and Peace Partners here in the UK for communities. So this morning we've got some more exciting speakers. We've got someone coming to talk to us about how sport is making peace possible and helping young people and older people in London to actually live more fulfilling lives. And later on we're going to be hearing from the Daddy Yankee 100 Woman of Spirit Award winner and also a trustee of the Desmond Tutu Foundation, who's going to be talking to us a little bit about the work that the foundation does, but also about her campaign for a Minister of Peace. But before that, please join me now in welcoming CEO of Storm and former Conservative councillor for Queensland here in the UK, Marie Hanson, volunteers serving the youth to prevent gang culture, falling to victims of gun and knife crime and helping the homeless. She's a struggling mum who, having suffered domestic abuse herself, has really helped families discover their own strength and taking the courage to actually take charge of their lives. The programme that she runs, Storm, stands for Support, Trust, Opportunity, Rebuilding and Motivation, providing workshops and programmes that really transform lives. And in recognition of her work, she's actually been awarded MBE for service to young people and survivors of abuse. So please welcome Marie Hanson.
Hi, welcome. I'm just so glad to be here today on this peace programme, what you have all over the world. It's really great. what can I say about peace? The peace is that passes all understanding. That's what came to me. It's nice to have, when you have peace, when you walk in peace, when you feel at peace with yourself. I can tell you, I wasn't at peace with myself. I went through domestic violence. My daughter was sexually abused. That's the most horrendous thing that would ever happen to a mother. Severe domestic violence. But because of the peace that was in me and the stillness that was in me, I decided, instead of going to America, I decided to set up my own organisation. And my own organisation, let me get the platform, I feel I need to get the platform here. I set up my own organisation, and my own organisation is called Storm. I'm a single mum. Anyone? I'm a single mum. I've got 6 children, and I've got 8 grandchildren. I've got 7 grandchildren, but my daughter's having another baby, so I've got 8 grandchildren. You can tell. Anyway, so I set up my own organisation called Storm. And Storm, yes, does mean support, trust, opportunity, real building, motivation. And those words are so strong for me. And, you know, what Storm does, we empower women, single mums, any woman, anybody. Anyone we empower. We just empower them to say, like, nothing in this world you cannot have. I'm 100% dyslexic and I've got a degree. There's nothing in this world you cannot have. You can get anything is possible. Anything is possible because what I've got is a peace that passes all understanding. So, you know, I set up this organisation to empower other women and, you know, women, I see women, broken women every day. Even, look, you know, I'll give you this scenario. I was so broke this week. I've never been this broke in all my life, literally scrounging. I don't know, I was fasting as well. And I was just trying to, even a penny, then I had £30. And then a woman came to me and, she's crying. I go, why are you crying? She goes, well, I can't afford your nursery, because I've got a nursery as well. And I said, well, don't worry, don't pay for the nursery, just do your class, do your studying. And then she left, she went, thanks Marie, she left. And then she was walking downstairs, but she was still crying. I said, why are you crying? And she said, oh, no, I've got problems. And I said, what? Look, you're not leaving this building, you cannot leave this building like that. No one leaves my building the same way, they leave a different way. You can't come in and leave the broken, you have to leave uplifted. So she told me, and she said, I don't have no money to feed my children. I went, oh, here we go, Marie. So I went to my bag and I took out, so I had £30, I took out the £10 and gave to her. And my secretary said, are you going to do that, Marie? I go, yes. Yes, because I know that God supplies all my needs. So I'm going to give you this. So I gave it to her. That's what I'm saying. And I walked around in peace that day. No, that I done something good. And the peace that you have to give to receive peace. So, so my organisation grows, and then my son got stabbed in the spine after years of my organisation. And, my daughter said, Mum, it was Christmas Eve actually. No, it was New Year's Eve. And he got stabbed in his spine, and my daughter Louise, my little precious little angel Louise, said, Mum, LJ's been stabbed. And I went, okay. And I still was washing up and cooking and doing my daily chores around the house. She said, Mum, did you hear me? LJ's been stabbed. I go, okay. But thank God, God give him the glory that he was okay. Then I decided to start up another project called Is There an Alternative to Knife and Gun Crime? And I've done a peace concert. And the peace concert's been going on for 15 years. I took kids to South Africa on gun programs, and it's been going. We filled up the place, and we had a brainstorming session, and we have music, and we have mums who have been affected by knife and gun crime. And and it's just, there's so many of our young people on the streets dying, and for no reason. No reason. And we have to, as mothers and as people, we have to all work together to stop this epidemic. We have to. So, that's a bit about me, and things that we do at Storm is art therapy classes, empowerment classes, which is run by Natasha Ferris-Swami, who's got her own organisation, Body Through Cancer. Addie, one of my Storm women, by the way, one of my members. Look how strong she's got. And literally, yeah, we run various classes and we empower other women and we give them the peace that they can leave then, we're capable, and like people come to me and say, well, Marina, I've been told to get a job. I go, what do you want to do? And she goes, well, I want to work in Sainsbury's. I go, what? Nothing wrong with working in Sainsbury's, by the way. But I said, you can do something else. What can you do? And she goes, I've got women that leave and got degrees. Women who've trained up as teacher assistants and trained up as teachers. I was so happy the other day when I was three of my women who came in broken, came in, they were teaching the class. Three of them they were teachers. I thought, oh great, that gives me peace. So one of the projects that we do at Storm is it's called art therapy, and this is so basically we do a project. This is my idea actually. So basically, I got the women to put down. When you walk around with so many things on you, like walk around with anger in you, hate in you, hurt in you, depression in you. So I said, I've done an art therapy class, and I said, well, put everything down. What are you wearing? Just put it down. And literally, they put down the battle of feelings, sadness, depression, oppression, all the things that they were carrying in them. You carry a lot, we don't need to carry it. So I said, put it down. So they put it down on a t-shirt. Then I got the t-shirts made with the affirmation, I should have bought them, I forgot, with affirmations on it. And this is how people walk around with feelings inside them. But we can just put down how we feel. If you're at home and you feel sad or depressed or you're walking around with this thing, you don't have to walk around with this, What you need to do is put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Write the vision, make it plain. Put it down. So this, they left feeling really confident. They already put it down. They didn't feel the same anymore. So they didn't leave. They came in like that, but they didn't leave like that. Because what did they have? They had peace. They left with peace. So I'm Marie Hanson, and you want to donate to my charity, I'm very happy, and I thank Julie for inviting me, Addy, and thank you for inviting me to come and speak, and I'm on this platform, and I'm really humbled to be here to speak about peace, because peace is who I am and what I want to be. Just walk around feeling like this every single day, every day of my life. So thank you ever so much.
So just so that Peacecast can still see us, I'm just going to change your perspective a second. Just need to come down. Can you see me? Yeah? Perfect. Brilliant. Wow, what an inspiring talk that was. How great to hear from a woman who has been through so much and can find the power and the strength to transform that and turn it into something positive, but not just for herself, but actually, and isn't that the power of peace? When you feel peace and you identify with peace, it's not just you who gets to reap the rewards, it's the people around you. Truly, truly inspiring. Thank you so much. And I can't wait to hear more that you continue to do in the future, so thank you so much. And on to another inspiring woman. I have to admit, I feel as a man, I'm really pleased that there are so many strong, inspiring women here today. I think that there's a reason why we call Earth Mother Earth, okay? And I think we need to keep that in mind, the strength that women have. I'm not saying it's just women, it is everybody, but there's something fundamental about the giving of life. And the word mother, it does encompass females and anybody who identifies that way. And I think it's just amazing to see the strength that these women have in our communities, in our homes, in our countries, on our planet. So thank you so much to all of you that are here. And now it really does bring me great pleasure to introduce someone who actually has also gone through some difficulties, but actually has wanted to really make a difference and make sport a focus of how other people can actually get in contact with themselves, find those strengths, to achieve more. So, representing Begin to Sport, may I please invite Adi Mumuni.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Marie. You really inspired me. My name is Adi. I'm the founder of Begin to Sport Group. Begin to Sport Group was practically established about 3 years ago. We actually target children, adults, and the elderly. Can we have a slide, please? The aim for today is to make peace a possibility at the nation, community, or the individual level. I must say that in the past, I'm just going to quickly get my okay. Next one, please. Can I just change the direction of this if it's possible? It's not. Okay, I have learned quite a few things from Marie in the past. In the last year, there has been quite crime and knife dust across London. So far, in September, there have been 99 violent deaths. 20 teenagers were killed, which 18 of them were fatally stabbed. Next, please. Can we just have a minute of silence for this loss of our youth? Thank you so much. This brings me to introduce what Begin to Sport Group is all about. Begin to Sport Group is non-for-profit. It is an organization which actually offers inclusive, fun, physical activities to the younger ones, adults and the elderly. Can we have the next slide, please? And the reason why we're here today is the only aim which states possibility at the, making peace, possibility at the nation, community, and individual. And this is what Begin to aim is all about. In the process of being non-for-profit, we actually collaborate with local authority, the schools, individuals, mainly adults and elderly at the same time. Apart from providing or offering inclusive physical activities, we also offer health and well-being program, life skills and mentoring through sports for children, youth and adults. Next, please. We collaborate with local authorities, schools, supported housing, individuals, health centers, parents to inspire young lives through sport and supporting philosophies. Our mentoring schemes trains and mentor young people using the discipline learned through sports to become a greater members of the society. Next, please. We might probably think, okay, thanks. We provide, we have two aspects of provision that we provide to the local community. One of it is physical activities and coaching science analysis itself. Within the sports consultancy, we collaborate and help the schools during sports or season of cross country, whereby we go down to the schools and help the PE teachers to, in a way, teach them how to actually teach the kids to enjoy sports in a friendly, safe environment. These also include encouraging the kids to mingle and to enjoy what they do best. With the physical activities, we have a program that we offer track seasons and track events for the younger ones at the track in Battersea. Sometimes during this period of the season, which is coming up, which is the cross country, we tend to take them to Mile End, just to get away from where they know best and to encourage them to move to another area of the country, another area of the borough to do physical activities. In that picture there, you see that they are actually doing the initial process or initial fundamental technical aspect of running. Next, please. We also target or provide facilities for the younger ones from the grassroots. We target them from the grassroots, whereby enable them to know that doing sport is very important in their life, and then they can take the skills that they've learned into being a better person in future. The other thing that we also do is gymnastics within schools. I'm going to pause a little bit about the sports or the events or the activities that Begin to Sports Group actually offer. The reason why Begin to Sports Group became what it is today is because within myself, I came from a background that is disadvantaged, whereby it's either you go to school or you go to work at whatever age. We were about 6 siblings and we lived in one bedroom. We were very disadvantaged. I was dyslexic, Mary will tell you this. But I had a big passion for sport. I was competing at a Commonwealth stage, in Nigeria. But with all of these, there was no any support or family support from my family. So at some point I had to jump school just to train and to just become somebody. At some point, because there was no any support, but I know that sport is what I like. Academic-wise, it's not a go area for me. So I channel all my energy into sport. Apart from being dyslexic, and my parents will say, "Oh, you're just lazy, read some more." But I know within myself, I just can't do it. I also suffer from island syndrome, whereby words do jump across. That was just been diagnosed about 2-3 years ago. At the age of 25, I got pregnant after leaving school and trying to establish my own business, which was quite hard. I gave birth to a baby girl. 2 months later, I thought to myself, I'm not at peace with myself. what is going to happen to my daughter? I didn't know what I was doing. I was very young. There was lack of support from family, friends. I took my daughter and I said, okay, I'm going, I have to leave this country to find peace. And I thought, where can I find the peace? I chose this country. Came here and I found the peace inside me. There was no money, there was nothing. I was sleeping on the floor with my 2-month-old baby. But I knew what I wanted. I know that I had to continue what I love best, which is sport. So I went on thinking, how do I go into sport? I started training myself how to jog. It wasn't working, and I thought, okay, I found a job, and I had a very good job. It was very good pay. How I went through that job, I didn't know. I went through mushrooms of colleges and, studying a bit of one thing or the other. About 13 years ago, I thought to myself, okay, this is not what I want. I had another child between that time, and then 2 more. So I've got 3 girls, I'm a mother of 3. I put all of them through sports, not by choice, because they also saw me they also saw what I do. And they said, Mom, you have to continue with your sport, which I couldn't, but I'm putting all my energy. Sorry, I'm sort of going around because I'm kind of nervous, so please pardon me. So I had my second daughter. She's now 19 years old. She's done well at school. She ran for Great Britain. I've got my 14-year-old. She played tennis for Great Britain. And I thought, okay, I've had these kids. Let me just go and educate myself some more. So being dyslexic, I didn't know what to do. I went through a series of maths, English. I had some help. Then I got a degree in sports coaching science. So I'm now a sports coaching scientist. And I thought to myself, okay, whatever I've got from this country, let me give more. Let me give my time and, my support to the little ones that come from disadvantaged background and begin to sport grow. So we target younger ones from grassroots. Sometimes we encourage them to sort of open up, talk to themselves. After physical activities or training, we provide refreshments for them. It's a very small organization, but we do a lot of support around the community. Dave, sorry. I've got so much slides to just go through, just to give you an idea of what we do. On the bottom left there is one of our life skills and mentoring. We also provide mentoring for elite tennis players. So I'm just going to let you go through the pictures and what we do. Dave, can we slide through the pictures? Thank you, please. In there, the coaching and athlete legs we encourage the children to coach the younger ones at the same time. That's when they have the refreshment, and we talk about nutrition and health and safety, being safe on the streets. We sometimes take them to the police station just to see what the setting is all about. We at times invite the professionals within the sport elite to sort of speak with them on what it's all about. And again, we award them by taking them to championship, just to see that, okay, if you put a lot of hard work, this is what you get. One of our athletes there, the senior one, she ran for Great Britain. She's been to the world champion last year. She came 7th in the world championship. She qualified to attend the European championship this year, but about to go to university in America. That's our youngest tennis player as well. She's the Surrey County Championship in tennis. We also do football. That's one of our youngest football players. I was awarded an award this summer just gone. And that's the team of the relay squad. That's our gymnastics. They work hard, they dedicate their time to gymnastics, and we always reward them. I think by rewarding them, they know that they've been acknowledged. They know that they've been acknowledged. And the end of this, the end of the reward is taking them to a better place. That is our hardworking athletes, all of them. That is where the hard work takes them to. We have one of our athletes as well just got a sponsorship to LSU University. Thank you so much. We have another video for the testimony. We have that on our website, www.begintosportgroup.com. Please check us out. Thank you so much, Peace Partners, for inviting us. Sorry, I'm so nervous.
Thank you so much, AD. Amazing to hear how people's journeys pave the way for other people to have a safer and much more comfortable journey. So how sport has really rebuilt AD's life and how she's now making it possible for Team GB to have such great athletes. It's amazing. So thank you very much. I'm just going to check. Can you guys see us? Perfect. So coming up in a short while, we're going to have the signing of the Brussels Declaration to Peace. But before that, I'd like to invite a Daddy Yankee 100 Women of Spirit Award winner and trustee of the Desmond Tutu Foundation in the UK, Ella Matheson, to hear about her campaign for a Ministry of Peace.
Thank you so much, Nitesh. I wondered, who was he talking about for a second?
Thanks for joining us, Ella. So tell us, this is really interesting. Okay, I'm intrigued on a number of levels. First of all, when you've got a Ministry of Defence, I'm trying to make sense of how you could have a Ministry of Peace and not have a conflict of interest. But I'm sure you're going to tell us a little bit about that. So tell us about your proposal for a UK Ministry of Peace.
Okay, so there is a deeper story to this, and it is correct. I have created a campaign for a Ministry of Peace. There is a petition which I would invite you all to sign. It's online, and you need to enter in your email address, and I promise not to send you any more emails other than that. So the story regarding peace actually goes back to the, if you like, the decolonisation of America, when America decided that they didn't want to be under British rule anymore. And in the research, I'm not going to give you a full timeline, but it was one of the founding fathers in America decided that because they had a Department of War, essentially, that they should also have a Department of Peace.
So you've answered my bit now, why we have a Ministry of Defence and now we need a Ministry of Peace.
Well, yeah, this was established in 1793, would you believe? So it was set up in America, and as you know, we have very close bonds with our family across the pond. But they borrowed a lot from us, but I think it's time for us to borrow a little more from them in their search for independence. The idea was that this Department of Peace in 1793 would also foster, preserve and protect the British citizens, the American citizens, and in the same way we want that to happen here. In this country, the Ministry of Defence is about diplomacy, as you know, it's about international development and mediation. So I think we all know what's going on around the world right now, and I feel it's time for change. There does feel like there's a paradigm shift, and we're having that experience in our hearts and our minds, I believe. I was fortunate a couple of years ago to be invited to Parliament when the Mindfulness Initiative report was launched. So I sat there meditating with MPs. I sat there experiencing mindfulness with MPs. I'm not sure they'd like to admit to meditating quite yet. So I feel there is a paradigm shift, and it's time for us all as citizens to connect with that wave of change, if you like, and please do sign the petition.
Thank you, Ella. So one of the things that we're hearing a lot of is that probably because of our unrest, there's a lot of things that we as human beings are doing to this planet. And you just need to look, I mean, it's happening everywhere. It's happening in the UK, it's happening in Indonesia. What we consume is driving deforestation, and then how much we travel on our cars rather than using public transport. So climate is becoming a really big topic. So can peace be possible without climate justice?
Short answer, no. Long answer is that I think the fight, if you like, for climate justice is caught up in the fight for social justice as well. Martin Luther King said that we can't have justice anywhere if there's injustice everywhere. So at the moment we are experiencing that with what's going on with the planet. We've seen all of our young people take to the streets, and some people in Polynesia, they're experiencing their islands floating away into the sea, and they couldn't protest at their schools, so they decided to protest in the sea to make the point of what's happening across the globe, and we're all affected. This isn't an issue that we can push away anymore. What we're doing now, we should have done 30 years ago, to be fair. And it really is a crisis time now. It's not just about not using plastic bags from Sainsbury's or Marks and Spencer or Waitrose. I'm not going to list all the supermarkets, but that's the idea. Now it's really crunch time, and we have to seriously think about what we can do as individuals to effect change in terms of climate. I mentioned meditating before. There are all sorts of people meditating this week around creating peace. And we heard earlier from Chrissy about the peace education programme. And I do firmly believe that peace starts with us, with the individual. And if we can all do our little bit, however small we might think that is, I think it goes a really long way. Some people have chosen to give up meat for a few days a week, so that reduces the number of animals that are slaughtered for our consumption. Other people have decided this Christmas that they're not going to accept any gifts that are brand new or wrapped in any plastic or anything of that kind at all, and to shop at charity shops and to give back to charities and support the idea of climate change in that way. So I think it's important to look at what's great for you and what makes you feel good and how you feel you can impact the whole climate change debate. I personally call it climate apartheid, because if you look at the spots around the world where people are being affected the most, they are usually people of indigenous origins. Yeah, I can go on.
It's a really important topic, and I appreciate that actually, this needs discussing. And I also think that what you say, that actually there's a beautiful cycle that can happen here. When individuals experience peace, when they tap into their own humanity, their desire to want to actually treat the world in a very different way, in a caring way, to nurture it so that it's still here for generations to come, would naturally happen. So you have peace bringing climate justice then bringing peace in its own right. And I think that's a really beautiful cycle. And I think, like you say, the journey starts with individuals, but the strength of that wave of change that can happen is actually phenomenal. And it's so amazing to see people, no matter how young, how old, across the world getting behind wanting to really look after this planet. I'm very conscious of time, and the reason why I'm conscious of time is because I know around the globe at 12 noon, wherever you are locally, the International Peace Day is going to be marked, and I know that today you're going to, for us here in Croydon, we're going to have meditation to mark Peace Day at 12 o'clock. So I do have a couple more questions though, and if we can keep them brief before, so that we can say within the time frame, that'd be great. So, I mean, how much do you think this Ministry of Peace is likely to cost the taxpayer?
It's not going to be that much, don't worry. In terms of what the government spends at the moment on defence, Does anyone want to hazard a guess as to how much that might be?
Oh, billions.
How many billions do you think?
Oh, no, we're more like getting up towards trillions.
It's actually not. 38 billion is the figure I've discovered that the Ministry of Defence. It's still a lot, but for just 5% of that, can you imagine what we could do in terms of peace building, in terms of mediation, in terms of meditation, in terms of looking at what's happening in our schools, working with young people. We've already heard some of the challenges this morning and the struggles that other people have been through and the amazing gifts they're then offering to their communities. Can you imagine if some of that money went back into your project or into your project, for example? I think that would be the change and the gift that we can give back to the world. But again, it's about us, the citizens, deciding, well, how do I want my taxes spent? Do I want it spent on continuous military weaponry? Is that the case? How much do we need to feel safe and feel defended in this day and age? It's the 21st century and we're still discussing peace as if peace was dependent on war. Peace is not the absence of war. War is the absence of peace. And until we start making until we start making those connections as individuals by practicing our personal peace and taking that into the world. I got into peace work, if you like, from the yoga mat and decided that yes, I acquired a certain level of personal peace, but I was still experiencing life challenges. Relationships just didn't work. And in my own process of finding inner peace, I've come across all sorts of courses and events that I've been to. I've walked on fire. I've buried myself 6 feet under to see what that would be like. And no joke, it was like 2 months after my mother died. So for me, when I look at what's happening in the world, I do feel quite heartbroken. And I really would like to see what else is possible for us as humanity with this gift of planet Earth. Mother Earth is calling out to us, and it's important that we all look at what we can do.
Thank you, Ella. Thank you very much. We're going to be back in a short while on Peacecast TV. In the meantime, we're going to take a very short break, but you don't go too far away. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Yeah, you're good to go.
So, thank you. I mean, just such an inspiring morning and just so wonderful to hear from all these people who are making such a difference. Thank you so much for coming today. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Declaration of Peace before we start the signing ceremony. And it's wonderful to have this opportunity for a call of action by signing the Pledge to Peace. Brussels Declaration Pledge to Peace is a declaration of intent established at the European Parliament in 2011. Its signatories are institutions, organisations and companies who pledge to put in place projects and action promoting a culture of peace. And this pledge to peace is inspired by the universal ideals of human dignity, freedom, equality and solidarity. In June 2014, the Pledge to Peace was presented at the Houses of Parliament in the UK, and the event was hosted by the Baroness of Ashtown from the House of Lords and the Right Honourable Hazel Blairs MP. Mr Prem Rawat, the Ambassador for the Pledge to Peace, was in attendance and gave a speech, and the Speaker of the House of Commons, John Bercow, honoured the event and greeted the participants. So it's wonderful to have this opportunity here today to sign the Pledge to Peace, and I encourage any of you who are from an organisation, institutional group who would like to sign today to come and meet me at the Pledge to Peace table. Myself and Anissa will be there to welcome you. If you're not from an organisation, but you would like to make a declaration for your own personal commitment to peace, you may sign one of the books there as well, and that is for your own personal aspiration towards peace in your life. And on the United Nations International Day of Peace, I can't think of anything more worthwhile. So thank you, and I'll be over at the table there. Thank you so much.
Am I still okay? So welcome back, and especially to you, the viewers on Peacecast TV. Good morning, good afternoon and good evening to wherever you are in the world. We've just had a wonderful time, taking time to reflect and meditate for a few moments to celebrate and mark International Peace Day, and also witness the commitment made by organisational leaders and local leaders on signing the Brussels Declaration, Pledge to Peace, committing their organisation to actually take active measures to make peace a reality for themselves, the organisation and the people that they serve. So it's been really exciting here in Croydon. This is the Practice Peace event that has been made possible in partnership with Peace Partners, Youth Futures and the Tutu Foundation UK. And we've heard from some inspiring people who, from having experienced their own personal peace, despite some of the tremendous challenges that they've experienced in their lives, they were able to tap into an inner strength, and through tapping into their inner strength, recognise their own humanity and are making transformational differences to so many people in their community. And it's really been inspiring to hear their stories. It really is my pleasure. I mean, we do have incredible leaders in our communities, and these leaders play an incredible role in being a role model but also guiding people to peace. And it really is my pleasure to introduce now the Imam of Croydon Mosque to speak to us.
Thank you so much for that warm introduction and welcome from all the peace community here at Fairfield Halls this afternoon. It's after 12 p.m, so I'll call it the afternoon, yes? I am the Imam at the Croydon Mosque and Islamic Centre. We have a very large Muslim population in Croydon, and we are people that also believe in peace. Islam is a religion which teaches people how to build peace in their lives. Peace is a very important element of human existence, without which the human race cannot continue in an upright manner. Peace is an important ingredient in our lives that enables us to live on, and it makes us able to steer our lives in the right direction. Islam teaches us what previous religions also taught. Jesus, Solomon, David, Benjamin, Joseph, Jacob are all biblical messengers that Muslims give a lot of respect to. All the messengers came with the same message from God that tell people that if you want peace, then believe in God and accept their messages of heaven and the eternal enjoyment which is kept in the hereafter. And so Christians, Jews and Muslims all share the very same peaceful message of belief in God in the best way possible, as He Himself wants to be believed in. And so Muslims are very peace-loving people. It gives us great pleasure to be a part of such good work that takes place in joining the common good. Wherever we are, we want to be upholders of peace. Hence, Croydon Mosque stands tall in the heart of Croydon, opposite the Croydon University Hospital. Many visitors come and they learn about Islam firsthand at our centre. It is now also one of the landmarks of Croydon. And very soon we have plans of building a huge minaret on the main road, which is as tall as 4 double-decker buses piled up one on top of the other. And so it will be a very spectacular sight right in the heart of Croydon, where our centre welcomes all people from all backgrounds and faiths and regularly holds interfaith events, so that we can be the ambassadors of peace for not just Croydon, but for the UK and also the whole global village that we live in today. And through the internet now, the world has become a very small place, and it's just the way that God wants it to be. So everyone lives all together, and there's no room for differences that can cause problems between communities. Hence, everybody lives together under the same banner of humanity, being creation of God. And the final messenger, Muhammad, has repeatedly told the world that the whole humankind, the human race, is the creation of God, and God loves us to be kind to His creation. And so we be very good to the creation of God, not having evil intentions for anybody. Islam teaches this very important message, to keep your hearts clean and fill them with the love of God. And whatever we see around us, be it the human race, be it the plant kingdom. I have a rose in my hand. The very kind lady said, "Here's a gift for you. It's a yellow rose. It's a symbol of peace. Because it's yellow, so there's no evil involved at all." I said, "Okay, that's very nice to hear indeed." And like that, if you look around us, we see the trees, the sun, the moon, the stars, then beyond the sky, the solar system, the planets, all running very, very smoothly in orbit, in peace. And if God wants, there's a verse in the Holy Quran that tells us that God is holding everything very peacefully in place. If He wanted, He could have destroyed it within a second. But no, He wants everyone to run smoothly in their lives. Hence, as Muslims, we wish everyone peace, and Islam has a lot to offer anybody that wants to learn. And we at the Croydon Mosque are privileged and honoured to regularly host events for the common good. Thank you very much for inviting me here today, and we wish the best for all the citizens of Croydon, the community leaders, and all the others which are under them. Thank you very much for listening to me as well. I wish you the best for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imam. A real honour to have you address us today. And now we have another important person for Croydon. It's the Deputy Mayor of Croydon, Maddie Henson, who is going to share with us why signing the Brussels Declaration Pledge to Peace has been important for her.
Thank you, everybody. Can I start by apologising for the slight delay in me arriving? There were some transport problems. Okay, thank you all so much. It really is an honour to be here today, ready to sign this important document. Today is the International Day of Peace. Now, but you only have to look at the news to see that we're living in a time which seems to be promoting our differences, whether you're a Brexiteer, Remainer, tall, short, black, white, young, old, Some people in society would make an effort to set you against your fellow human beings. Well, what this document says is no, we won't accept that. We have more in common than what divides us, and we will live in peace. We're all human beings born on the earth. We all breathe the same air. When we were first born, we all cried until we learned to communicate in other ways. And we all mourn when we lose our loved ones. In Croydon, we celebrate all the great faiths together, and we also champion our values of democracy, rule of law, respect and tolerance, and individual liberty. These are the things we have in common. Now, I have 2 young children, Theo, who's 5, and Liam, who's 1. And I want them to grow up in a world where they are simply able to get on with their neighbours. So I'll finish by saying this. I'm proud to be here signing this document. Friends, stand together in peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Deputy Mayor. Next, we're going to actually watch a video about peace, and about peace at the level of the individual. It's a conversation that takes place with Global Peace Ambassador Prem Rawat and Jeremy Gilley, who is the founder of the Peace One Day movement, which celebrates the International Day of Peace, and his movement, Peace One Day, has been going for the last 20 years, making peace a reality on this day where there's international ceasefire away from war. But as we've discussed, peace is more than just the absence of war, and here is a video where what that means at the individual level is discussed. So enjoy.
Couple of little thoughts out here about family, love, and death. We all need help, Prem. I thought we could start. I mean, I just wanted to know. I mean, there's a few things to talk about. I mean, obviously, peace is possible is one of them that I'd love to, mention. And you've been very kind to, give us a few copies of the book that we can give to people, and we're going to, run something on social media and let people know all about it. But could you tell me? I mean, peace is possible. I suppose the inspiration for that is probably the last, 40 years of dedicating yourself to the issue. I mean, what's the sort of story behind it?
Well, the story behind it is there's something that's happened with this book. This book has actually come out in different names. Splitting the Arrow, When the Desert Blooms.
Yeah.
And the message is very simple, and it's got a few stories in it that are poignant, I think, to our everyday existence. And what I have really, really liked, I didn't design this or I didn't do this on purpose, but this book has become localized. And so different, like Spanish and the Italians, they brought out this book, and it's all about When Your Desert Blooms. Same book. And then here in England, it's being called Peace is Possible. So the different countries are taking the book and localizing to what connects them to this book, and I think it's just wonderful.
Yeah, and is that in relation particularly to the title? When we say When Your Desert Blooms or Peace is Possible or Splitting the Arrow,
yes.
Are you talking specifically in relation to the sort of way in which the title is translated?
Yes.
You are. Because it made me think about, is peace a kind of a universal language, right? Mm-hmm. Because of course it can be different in Italian, it can be different in Japanese or in French or in German or in English, whatever. Arabic. Is peace, can it be talked about in one way? Do you see what I mean? Is there any differentiation between, cultures in relation to the essence of peace?
Not so much the cultures, but the human beings themselves. Everybody has different colored glasses. So when you mention the word peace, they have their own definition of what peace is. So if somebody's in a country where it's food is the problem, then it's like, okay, if everybody had food, we would have peace. If somebody is in a war-torn situation like Syria or Iraq or so many other places, that's peace. Yeah. But you have to establish that and get beyond that to really define and talk about what peace really is.
Yeah, it's very interesting this, because I know exactly what you mean. Having travelled like you have, I think it's 133 countries or whatever it is, whatever the number is, but we've travelled a lot. And you're absolutely right. The conversation of peace is completely different, you know, in each place. And interestingly, you know, we're sort of getting into technology now, and I know that you're a great lover of technology. I mean, as I spoke to you, the sort of the Jedi. You know, I mean, what you do, flying, filming, you know, writing. I mean, it's inspirational. But I was sort of thinking that, you know, technology. Sometimes I hear people say, "Oh, yeah, but you don't need to worry about what's going on in the developed world. You need to be thinking about, you know, what's going on in places where these conflicts are going." And I think to myself, no, actually, you know, you're not worried about food right now, and you know, you've got a roof over your head. We who have the privilege of that situation must be really come involved. We've been given that gift and that opportunity to become involved. Do you think along those lines sometimes?
I do, because one of the things I see is the conflict that is happening in what we consider the third world countries is actually initiated by the first world countries. You know, it takes a lot of money and it takes a lot of technology to start a war these days. And that technology is not technology that was born in the third world countries. It's first world country technology that comes and starts, you know, devastating people's lives. Yeah. To me, the peace that I talk about, because, you know, no war or no this problem or no that problem, these are results of something that is amiss inside us. So is there a reason why people go hungry? There is absolutely no logical reason, because the amount of food that is thrown away every day, if it was gathered and handled properly, because the earth produces more food than is required, even at this stage of the game. But why are people going hungry then? If there's more food than is necessary and plenty to feed everybody, why people? It is not about food. It is about distribution. As people start to hoard not food, but distribution of that food, then people start to become hungry. So I just see that so much in the Western world, and look at it, you know. Are you really voting for lawmakers in the Western world? Because that's what we're told. Oh, yeah, you know, vote for this person. But when they are elected, they go into their... It is the lobbyists who are creating the laws. And what is being protected? Not the people. Will this change? Should this change? Can this change? I'm not a politician. But I know one thing, that there is enough goodness in every single human being on the face of this earth, that if that was brought out, if that was allowed to be nurtured, that there would be one simple thing that would happen. Not sympathy, but empathy. It would be the first time that the world will start to use knowledge wisely. We are after accruing knowledge, but we don't accrue wisdom. And so it's like in a cockpit. Pilots know there's a checklist. All pilots know there's a checklist. But to use the checklist is wisdom. And it's the same thing. To accrue knowledge, invent new things, like even the phones. And all of a sudden, when you don't use the phone wisely, it can actually land you in the hospital. People have been killed because they were using their phone. Yeah. So to me, these are the little things that need to happen, and understanding yourself is the first primary step to peace.
Yeah, wow. I mean, there's so many things that I'm thinking as I hear you talk. And I'm sure people who are listening, of course, we're all thinking you're inspiring us and provoking thoughts. When I saw you 6 years ago, I was thinking about Peace Day. You're obviously thinking about peace is possible. We're talking, we're trying to inspire, we're trying to promote, we're doing anything that we can. I mean, the incredible work that you've been doing in prisons for years. I mean, extraordinary. There's something that's really now worrying, isn't there? And that is the amount of time that we have left in terms of our resources and the way in which we've treated this beautiful planet that we have. And more my conversations now, Prem, the last, 5 years, I would say, really in the last 5 years, particularly in the last couple, as I've spoken with people who are very, very knowledgeable. I've ended up on a platform with them that said, 350 to 400 years left of human beings. I mean, and they're very, very knowledgeable people. You talk about the checklist, we know the checklist, and with the wisdom. Is there time? I mean, I am also personal experiences and understanding human beings and what they say and what they do. I mean, I am concerned. I'm worried, I'm frightened, and I'm sad at what's going on. I don't understand it. And I have faith and I have hope and I will work every day as hard as I can, Prem. But, are we going to turn this around? I mean, do human beings, are we going to turn it around?
Yeah, have to. So the analogy that comes to mind, hearing this, is your house is on fire. And you're standing outside. You're fine, but your house is on fire. So you can stand there and you go, guess what, guys? My house is on fire. 5 minutes later, you know what? My house is on fire. 6 minutes later, my house is on fire. My house is on fire, my house is on fire, my house is on fire, my house is on fire. My house is burning down, my house is going to burn down, my house is going to burn down. And if you keep doing this, that's exactly what's going to happen. Your house is going to burn down. Because what you need to do is grab a bucket, grab a hose, and don't sit there and lecture about how the house is on fire. Do something about that fire. And I'm just saying that because just very recently there was a huge fire where I live. And many, many houses, unfortunately, were devastated. My neighbor's house was devastated. But it takes a proactive approach to alter this, to change this scenario. And my thing is, we have the possibility to change it, but we have to stop looking at as we, and we have to say every single individual has to be empowered. When we walk on a stage, and it really needs to be, I am here, not we are here. I am here on this stage. I want to tell you the possibility of what we collectively and as individuals can do to change this scenario. The problem happens is as soon as that I goes to we. As soon as it goes to we, people say, he'll fix it. He needs to change. I don't need to change. I don't need to fix it. I don't have the problem. I've seen this. This is 60 years of experience talking, Yeah. And it can be changed. It can be changed, and it can be changed. It can be changed. And the reason why it can be changed is because this problem that we are addressing right now is created by human beings. And if it is created by human beings, they can reverse it too. This is a gift that we are here. This planet, the beautiful ocean, the rivers, the forest, the butterflies, the every bit of it is spectacular. And what we have done is taken it and used it without understanding the consequences of our actions. This is a disease with human beings. We act like we know what the consequence will be, but we actually don't. And so we've done a lot of things that we thought are good, but we didn't really understand what their consequences were. And now those consequences are starting to surface. And they're reversible. They can be reversed. Every scientist I listen to, that's the good news about everything that they have to say at the end of it. It can be reversed.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, what we know and what you know and what I'm listening to and what I'm hearing is that, you know, we've got to get to the individuals, whether it's in that place where the rocks are in the middle of absolutely nowhere, or whether it's in New York City or in London, Sydney, whatever. We've got to try and engage, haven't we? That sense of individuals understanding that they are the ones who can change the world, and then collectively, obviously, we can shift the level of consciousness around the fundamental issues.
That's all it takes.
Yeah.
You don't have to push the box all the way, just enough, just enough, and once it tips the balance, it's fine.
Yeah. So briefly, just to update you, because I spoke to your team, asked me to. I wanted to just let you know about, to update you on the 21st of September. I mean, effectively, we think now there's probably 1.5, 1.6 billion people fully aware of the day. They don't need to be told. I mean, that number grows every year. So you expose 2.5 billion people, 1.4 are now totally aware. Behavioural change, 18, 19, 20 million people not being involved in violence around that day than they would have been. We see it in the schools, we can see it in the homes, the NGOs do things, the faiths talk about it, etc., etc. Behavioural change. So, in terms of the progression of the day, exciting. On the 21st September, it's our 20th year of work. So we're going to celebrate 20 years of work, obviously, and we're excited about that, and we'll launch another 5-year campaign. And the 5-year campaign that we launch at the 21st of September is to reach 3 billion people. And we think that when 3 billion people are fully aware of the day, then it will have the life of its own. And so we're going to go for another 5 years, and we're going to really get involved in technology. One of the things to let you know about is the sort of application and the platforms that we're generating to say, an individual's contribution should be as important as their education or their job experience. And we're in that zone and in that space, and we'll look forward to seeing how that evolves. The other thing that we're doing new this time, which we've never done before, is looking at the cyber world as an area of conflict. The extremism, the hate speech, the bullying, the violent imagery, etc. This is and as a father with an 8-year-old, of course you're a father yourself, this is an area that can be very constructive, but it can also be highly destructive. We're going to try and decrease negativity and increase positivity on the 21st of September and measure it. So we're excited about all of that. Can I just talk to you about a couple of things then? I just wanted to talk about 3 things just to help me, and maybe it helps some others. Can you just talk to me a little bit about the importance of family? And when I think about the world and I think about peace, I think about my family, and if my family's together and one, and if we can do that on a global scale, then we'd sort of create world peace. Can you just tell me about the importance of us really holding ourselves together? Talk to me a little bit about that.
Well, a family is that unit that's a bumper in the front. So when a blow comes, it can soften it. Wow. The family is the nurturing. Somebody who can understand when nobody else will understand you. More than your friends. And obviously, somebody who can give you advice, even at the peril of your anger, and give you good advice. A family is you in another form. It's like not just one flower, but a tree that flowers. That's a family. And to me, to have that family, to have an understanding of that family, not to berate that family, not to second that family, but to understand that that's number one. And look at the nature. It's not about just one flower. A plant will not just be satisfied with one flower. Another one, another one, another one, another one, and before you know it, it's a family. And its mission, its job, its purpose, whatever it is in this world, will be fulfilled far greater and far more beautifully when it is flowering and there is a whole bunch of flowers on that plant not just one flower.
Amazing, amazing. And yeah, I mean, on Peace Day, 21st September, one of the things that we've always said is like, somebody's like, well, what can I do? I'm like, bring the family together. Bring the family together, be one on that day, with the sort of global family and also the ones that we have. And so hopefully we'll see a lot of that, going on the day. So a little bit about love. This like, and I was sort of thinking at the weekend, I was with my little girl, and I just sort of, I just adore her, right? My entire existence, like nothing comes first, when I'm with her, it's about Rose. It's not about the work, right? It has to be that way for me, and I love it. How do I contain it? I love her so much. I kind of just sort of want to do everything. I mean, have you ever sort of felt that? Have you any sort of words of wisdom for us? Both in terms of personal relationships or with family relationships, when you love so much, it can kind of almost sometimes be too much.
It never is.
It never is?
It never
can
be. It can never be.
Okay.
Stop thinking, start loving.
Yeah.
Don't think about love. Feel the love in your life. It's a gift. It always won't be the same. It won't.
Yeah.
It changes. You will change, and one day you won't be here.
Yeah.
So love like there is no tomorrow. Stop thinking about what it all means. Start loving. If we did that, this world would be a different place today.
Fantastic. And what about, I mean, these are, these are big thoughts, but what about death? I'm now 50 years old, and I'm, looking at my mum and dad, and I'm thinking, wow, you guys are like doing so well. But I think about, not so long ago when I helped my mum say goodbye to her mum. I mean, is it the same as love? I mean, we just love. I mean, it's like I look and I get frightened. I think, you guys are amazing, and the support that you've given me and encouraged me, and I just like the idea of them not being around is a.
Will they? Is that what you're afraid of? That they won't be around?
Yeah, I think it is a little bit. Sometimes I look at them and I think, well, what would I do when I have the moments that are tough? And I would ring my mum or I'd ring my dad and go, hey, and it's like, yeah, you're there. And I worry about sometimes.
But you won't ever lose them. They live in you. They will always live in you. You'll never lose them. So far you're alive, they will live inside of you. It's just like the moon and earth. That moon was born of the earth. It is no longer part of the earth, but it is always part of the earth. It influences. That wisdom that they gave you when you called them in times of trouble, that's in you. That's not going away. Don't worry about death, because death is automatic. You don't have to make an appointment. You don't have to go see anybody. No. It comes. Don't be in fear of losing what you will not lose, because they will be in you. Genetically, you are part. You're just like a moon. You came from them. You will orbit. They will be there for you in your memories. They will laugh. They will dance. They will tell you things. It's a wonderful thing. Human beings. And no fear. No fear. Take that energy that you use to be afraid, to be concerned, and use it just to love. Love them like there's no tomorrow. And then they'll be closer to you than you realize.
Wow. Yeah. It's a beautiful film. Thank you, friend. It's amazing to see you again.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Love like there's no tomorrow, and the world would be a better place. And how many stories like that have we heard today? How many stories are we going to continue to hear? And let's hope there are many, many more. That was so amazing to hear. So on that note, those of you who are watching on Peacecast TV, we're going to take a little break, but come and join us in about an hour, where we'll be talking about the Peace Education Programme and how to make that possible here in the UK, in the communities. And we're also going to hear some amazing stories of people who have been through the Peace Education Programme and the impact that it has had from them. But as if that was not all, we've got some incredible local talent who are going to be performing for us. We've got poetry, we've got instrumentals, and we've got some music. So with that, go and enjoy yourselves, and I'll see you back in an hour. So good afternoon everyone, and welcome back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you watching on Peacecast TV. We're live from Croydon at the Practice Peace event, part of the Waves of Change event initiative, on this Day of Peace, International Day of Peace, marking International Day of Peace from the United Nations. This event has been made possible because of Peace Partners, Youth Futures and the Tutu Foundation UK. And we're really excited to have you from across the world join us as we really discuss how organisations and individuals can be brought peace with the efforts that we are making. And we've already had so many inspiring stories of the projects that are happening in London, in Croydon, reaching out to those people who have suffered immense difficulties, but also those people perhaps that don't have difficulties, because what we know is that peace is universal and it's something that every one of us needs to feel. So coming next, we're going to hear a little bit more about making the Peace Education Programme possible for communities in the UK. And Chrissy White's going to be coming back to give us some details. And we're also going to have an opportunity to enjoy some local talent, some poetry, some instrumental music, as well as some live singing performances. But before that, it really is my pleasure to welcome back Ella Matheson from the Tutu Foundation. So Ella, tell us, we've heard a little bit about your Ministry of Peace earlier on. Before we go anywhere else, you mentioned there was a petition that people from the UK can sign in order to get the Houses of Parliament to actually really discuss the possibility of making this Ministry of Peace possible. Where can they sign that?
So if you go to change.org, and it's the Ministry of Peace UK. If you just Google that, then it will come up online. So it'll be change.org and then / Ministry of Peace UK. It's also on the website, Peace in the City, Ministry of Peace.
Perfect, thank you. So tell us, who and what is the Tutu Foundation?
Wow, well, some of you would have experienced a little bit of the Tutu Foundation before we went to lunch. The Tutu Foundation is based on the African philosophy of Ubuntu. Has anybody heard of Ubuntu? Anyone? Great. Anyone know exactly what that means? Would you like to?
We need a microphone.
Hi there.
Hi, good to meet you.
Well, my understanding is I am who I am because of other people who've influenced me and helped shape me, and as I go through life, something along those lines.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely. Hand it back to you. So, thank you very much for that contribution. So that is exactly it. In terms of the Ubuntu philosophy, African philosophy also connects us all, and it's not just human beings. They talk also about beings of the earth, beings of the stars, beings of the planets, and so it brings us all back to sharing and living and cooperating, being collaborative with each other. So it's a very, very exciting philosophy, and I say it's Africa's gift to the world. You'll find that it's bound up in compassion, it's bound up in kindness, contribution. So if you look at some of the other religions, it's treat each other or treat someone the same way you would like them to treat you. And with Ubuntu, what we do at the Tutu Foundation is very much a practical Ubuntu. So we have a number of different projects. As I said, you experienced one of those earlier before lunch, which was a little snippet of the Ubuntu roundtables with one of our charming evolutionary leaders, Kieran. Isn't he amazing? Yes. So we're really blessed to work with young people in that way. And the heart of what we do is really to focus on young people and find out what it is they want. And the roundtables came out of that initiative. There was a young man who's now the director of the Youth Futures who we work with, that's our partners. And he looked at the situation in his locality where there are huge tensions between the police and our underestimated young people. And within Youth Futures, with their evolutionary leaders, with young people who are underestimated, often coming from challenging backgrounds, they work with other young people who have come from those backgrounds too. And together they make a difference. I was really fortunate to meet a couple of the guys about 2 years ago. And when I walked in to the area, you could see that the young people were on one side of the room, the police were on the other side of the room, and as I walked in I was like, which side do I go to? So actually I didn't go to any sides. I was just sort of hovered around the door until one of the facilitators said, come on in, this is what we're doing, Anyway, by the end of the 2-hour session, the police and young people were eating pizza together, they were exchanging stories, some of them were trying on some of the body wear that the police have. And in fact, one of the guys had said to me earlier, are you a Fed? Are you a Fed? And I thought, Fed? What does he mean? What's a Fed? So I had to ask him to explain to me what a Fed was. A little bit embarrassing, but yeah. So as a trustee, it's our pleasure really to support young people in projects of that kind.
Great, thank you. And when was the Tutu Foundation created?
So I believe it was set up in 2007. As I said, the foundation of what we do is Ubuntu, and it is about developing relationships with others. I've been very intrigued lately by a book by Malcolm Gladwell called Talking to Strangers. I don't know if anybody here started reading it yet. Anyway, they weren't strangers. Archbishop Desmond Tutu and the Reverend Colin Slee were very good friends at university. It was sort of at the height of the apartheid movement in London. The UK was very much at the forefront of that. Anyway, they became very, very good friends and stayed in touch. And essentially Archbishop Desmond Tutu said, well, would you set up a foundation here in my name with me? And so that happened as well. And Ben, who's the son of Colin Slee, he is part of the trustees as well. And I mention that because Ben actually lives in Australia. And all the other trustees, Clive is in London, I'm in London, Edith, Ben's mum, is in London as well. And so it's really challenging sometimes to connect with Ben at 8 o'clock in the morning. In the UK, it's like midnight or something, in Australia, wherever he is. But that just shows the dedication, the commitment to keep the foundation going, and how valuable the work is that we do. Can I just talk a little bit about the mediation project? Do we have time? I'm full of Ubuntu, and of course Ubuntu, the round tables are our sort of signature project, if you like. But we also have a mediation project which was run by Paul Randolph, who we sadly lost last year. And mediation project goes into organisations, and we work with people around developing their mediation skills. These courses are run a couple of times in the year, so you have to register on the Tutu Foundation UK website, and that's exactly all it is. If you put in Tutu Foundation UK, you'll find us. As I said, we sadly lost Paul last year, but we have set up a prize in his name. It's a literary prize, and if you know any budding writers, please put them in touch for this. And we want lived experience, so that can be video footage, it can be photographs. It's really an artistic project to share with us what you feel is valuable for you at this time.
Great, thank you. And just one final question. What can we see in the future from the Tutu Foundation?
We've got lots of exciting things going on. Our newsletter's been printed as I speak. And we've got another exciting event happening in Trafalgar Square next year. So if you'd like to receive more information about us and what we do, then connect with us on social media. Or if you go onto the website, you can leave your email address, be part of our email list, and then you'll get all the information, all the updates that are due to be sent out. We're in fact meeting next week, the organisation, so everybody's sort of ready and waiting for you to give us your feedback and let us know how else we might be able to support you.
That's great, Ella, thank you very much. And we'll be hearing more from Ella as she takes part in our panel discussion later on this afternoon. So now it's a real great pleasure to introduce an inspiring young artist from Croydon, Shanika Benjamin. She established young people insight, empowering young folks through conversation, creativity and writing. And she's also written the lyrics for London Mozart Players' Anthem for Peace. And it really is exciting to have her here today with us. She's also performed at the Apple and Snake Spoken Word Show and Rallying Cry. So without further ado, may I please invite Shanika Benjamin.
He found a way to make his voice heard. Speak up about his harsh reality, ugly and gritty, rough on the ear with potential to leave a bitter taste in your mouth, but it's what he knows. What he sees and what he lives, to the point where he is desensitized, chefing chicken sprayed in ketchup a staple in his diet. Out of touch with his reality and wanting to shift responsibility from yourself, you make it your mission to shut him up. Tearing out his voice box, burying it in bans, arrests and taking down videos, silencing his freedom of expression and freedom to speak in a hope it will prevent the halitosis from polluting environment, ignoring your gums rotting at the roots. So deep in your agenda, you lack ability to see educational potential, deciphering his language and gaining an understanding of what goes on where he calls home. Or you prevent him from writing his own narrative as an artist, pushing your narrative of him as evil and criminal, blotting out any mention of positive. Not providing him with an opportunity to share this was his way out. The chance to go legit and make big money while spitting his own truth. You shut him down. Now he's back where he started. And you're back out to get him. Throw him in a bin where he will be forever silenced. I'm Shanika Benjamin. Thank you. I am an advocate and strong believer in empowering the voices of every individual, of making people's voice, encouraging people to make their voices heard, and also being an amplifier of those who are marginalised, but they don't have a voice and are struggling to make their voices heard. I do this through poetry, spoken word, as a community leader and activist, and the founder and director of Young People Insight CIC, also known as YPI, which I'll talk a bit more about later. That poem I started with is called Drilling, and it's all about amplifying the voices of young men, a particular group of young men who are often marginalised, ignored, in lower income backgrounds, often black, often forgotten about, and have had themselves censored in a way, not being free to speak because what they're saying is uncomfortable and it's great and we may not like it and it may be disturbing to hear. I personally am disturbed by drill music, but it's very interesting and you can learn so much from it. But what is key is that it's these young men's reality. Yes, sometimes they're talking about those patients they're having, but it is literally their reality, a life that many of us couldn't understand or comprehend, but from hearing that art, you can get it. This summer I was working with some young people and there was a beautiful young man doing a creative activity who asked if he could share a rap. And I was like, okay, he's like, it's a bit violent, and I was like, it's your reality, do what you want to do. And he did it. And if you know the language of what he's saying, you can hear it is a bit violent at times, but he was talented, and when you spoke to him, sat down with him, listened to him, he was really kind and really warm and really intelligent and had a lot to offer to the world. But many would just hear the music and just write him off, which isn't right. He wants to get someone with that music. He wants to get out of the place where he lives, which he says is dangerous, and that's a key way for them to do it. You have to let these young people speak, and you may not always like it, but it's you understanding them, it's you getting to know them, it's you getting to know this brotherhood. Don't you think there's a reason they call themselves bruv, brother, or even ak? It's a brotherhood they formed, not tied together by blood or educational institutions, but by circumstance and surrounding shared. Seeing familiar faces on the day-to-day, many on the same grind or hustle, getting used to known names. Never government names. Names they've made their own. They need to have some form of support network, find a link to something real. Do you forget they're human after all? Not totally lacking basic needs, not completely cut off from feeling. The blood within has not turned to ice, and even the undead feel things. Don't you question why they're quick to retaliate? Avenge a brother who's had his breath snatched away. If emotion and feeling no longer remains, life would go on just the same. These young men are hurt, a lot of them. They're lost, they're struggling, but there's real beauty inside, a real light shining from them, so much good to come through. But you can't know that if you don't take time to get to know them, to speak to them, to understand them. I've spent time with young men like this. I have read about them, I've researched, I've observed them, and built friendships with them, and I've grown to love them. When you show them love and care, and that you can just be trusted and talk to them on the level, they open up, and that's a really, really beautiful thing. Gaining understanding of people who are different from me is part of the reason why I started YPI. I wanted to give people the chance to get out of their bell jar and meet people they wouldn't usually meet and speak about things that they're important about, be in the room talking about things rather than being spoken about. Every month we have an amazing conversation at our discussion room for the kickback, and we talk about things through poetry, spoken word, at Poetic Insight. I want to empower young people and encourage them to engage in their community through writing, creativity and conversation, so they can build communication skills and confidence and self-esteem and respect for others, which is so key. Without that respect for others, we can never have peace in our streets, peace in the world, peace within ourselves. A couple of years ago we were speaking about peace, and what was really interesting was people said it's so easy to start a war, but it's so hard to come to a place of peace. And they said a good way of creating peace is to have more time with conversation and listening, understanding each other. And it's very true. I am the woman I am now today because I've spent time listening to others, getting to know people different from me, so I'm more tolerant and more caring. But I'm also the woman I am today because I serve a God who has put in me a heart to change the world, a heart to serve, and it's also given me a sense of great inner peace. I know that there's something better waiting for me after this earth is over, but I also know that as long as I'm here, I'm doing good and spreading love in the world. It's so important that we all come together as one to make a difference and to make real change, because we cannot do that by ourselves, and we cannot just expect those up high to do it for us because they don't care about the masses. And so it's really, really, really imperative that we all come together, speak to people who are very different from us, learn about them and share love. The two poems that I shared with you are from a collection I'm working on, which is the most important piece of work I believe I've ever done, the most important thing to my heart. It's called Ghosted. And it's about, if you don't know what ghosted means, basically when someone just leaves someone without saying anything, and it's really, really cruel and really horrible. But it's about a guy who ghosted a girl, and the guy in turn was ghosted by society and the system, like so many other young men around him. And I'm just going to finish with two pieces from that. One is Say Nothing, and the other is a title poem from the collection Ghosted. Before I finish with those, please talk to someone who's different from you. Get to know them, listen, and share love in a world that really, really needs it. This world needs more people like us and needs more love. I see it every day and it breaks my heart. So please do that and just show love, and don't be scared of a young guy with a hood on, things like that, because really they're not that scary. They may do scary things, but they're probably a lot more scared of you than you are of them. Say nothing. He didn't have a great relationship with his emotions. Their communication had broken down, collapsing into ill health, toxic at worst, laying waste to a heart so beautiful. If only help had been given sooner, considered counsel from parents, grandparents, uncles, peers, elders. Rather than come face to face with hurt, speak about nails digging into his skin so they could ease off and allow healing to begin, he leans away and turns into anger. Allowing it to fester and become rage, eventually tears itself out of him, scratching at whoever is unlucky enough to feel the brunt of burning blades that have destroyed him. Hurt ignored, but fear never allows. He feels sick at the sound of the word. Refusing to be affected by anything that makes him less of a man, because that is what makes him stand tall over anyone else, driving out traumas of childhood and neglect from his village. A man does not need anyone. A man does not need emotions unless they are anger to fuel him and lust to fulfill him, because sweet boys finish last. Never processed and caught up with being abandoned by daddy, turfed out by mummy, put down by teacher, heartbroken by the girl he let in, desensitized by all the violence he's seen, or losing a brother, then another, then another. You don't let those things spill out his mouth. Not giving words to the effect they've had on his life, because he'd rather be mentally in turmoil than be labelled mentally ill. Rather suffer in silence than be labelled as suffering, refusing to let even a hint of vulnerability escape, since that is how he was taught to be a man. Cold, hard exterior replacing a fleshy core. Ghosted. He was a ghost, disappearing and reappearing, his movement supernatural. Emerging from cracks in the streets that have sucked in so many like him for years on end, years not ending any moment soon, when it is only the street that shows them love. Not feeling warmth or acceptance from a social order that has cleansed itself of them, washed off tainted souls in boiling water of iniquity and deceit, so they set their own rules and lay out their own laws, demanding respect on their own terms. Ironic how they become ghosts to those who ghosted them. Floating as efficiently as they can under the radar, hiding in plain sight. Grinding to get peas that will ensure they fill their bellies and adorn their feet, refusing to fall victim to austerity that has caused many of them to become ghosts. Now they play the role. Vanishing into rundown buildings and inciting fear, gravitating towards bad, while laughing in the face of good. I've been Shanice Benjamin. Thank you.
Wow. incredibly poignant poems. So moving. And it just makes you realise just how important love and empathy really is. If peace is going to be possible, it's because each individual is connected to the love inside of them. And I was reflecting listening to your poem, and the thing that came to me was when a person doesn't know their own self-worth and everybody else doesn't remind them of their self-worth, how will they ever know? And there's a responsibility that we have, and we've heard the stories this morning from so many people. When they found their strength and their self-worth, they reminded other people of their self-worth and gave them dignity. And I think that for me, if I were to summarise what an incredibly deep and moving message your poems give, that for me is what I've just taken. So thank you so much. Now, moving on to being reminded of your own humanity, and a programme that really is transforming the lives of people no matter what continent you're on, what your skin colour is, what gender you identify with, what your capabilities are or not. It's the Peace Education Programme from the Prem Rawat Foundation. And it really is my pleasure to invite Chrissy Waite again to tell us about the practicalities of making that programme possible for the communities in the United Kingdom. Oh, we're going to have a video first. So enjoy the video.
You know Olympics, you know the main flame, the big flame, and then the Olympic runners go and light the torch. So he's the main flame, and then people like me are the guys that are going to go light the torch, run and pass the bird, pass it on and inspire others. And he even said it, if you're a candle, all you can do is light other candles.
Every time I listen to him, it's like a really pleasant slap in the face. It's like a wake-up call.
Part of it is about young, men reconnecting with their feelings and their innate goodness.
People were really fundamentally changed by the programme.
To see something like that, where those individuals' lives were just being transformed, was really marvellous and I thought really inspirational.
When I first went on the Peace course, I did feel like I was coming out of the prison to get some sort of therapy. I felt as if someone cared about this inner me.
One of the videos when there's a baby cub lion and a big lion comes and the cub lion thinks he's a sheep, so he runs away. And the big lion says, you don't know who you are, you need to reflect on yourself and understand who you are, embrace your power. So for me, that's like lack of identity. People don't know who they are, so they live in fear.
It wasn't about the circumstances that they were in had changed, but that those inner circumstances had changed.
When you see these tough prisoners in Texas, and they don't come any tougher than that, and hearing the transformation, the change, the key word, the acceptance that there is another way, and the way is they have the answer. They have the answer. It's within themselves.
good afternoon, everybody. So we've just seen a video with a few clips and talked about transformations. Transformations such as powerlessness to inner strength, confusion to clarity, and despair to hope. And those transformations are possible through the Peace Education Programme. If you were here this morning, you heard me talk in more depth about it. And that video, just to explain that video, it included interviews with people who had expressed their feelings about the Peace Education Programme. Some of them had attended the course, and some had just watched a film about the course taking place in prison. And you just heard it was a very tough Texas prison. And most of the people that we heard being interviewed expressed the fact that the programme transformed lives. It transforms lives. It's an inner transformation. I'm looking forward to hearing from 3 people this afternoon who will speak about their own experience of attending a Peace Education Programme. And I think some of you already recognised a couple on the video just now who we're going to hear from live. If you weren't here this morning and you'd like to find out more, this morning we had an introduction to the Peace Education Programme, and that is available via the Prem Rawat Foundation website, and if you pick up a leaflet, that website is on the back here. And I talked about Peace Partners' role in promoting and supporting that programme in this country. So I just want to go over a few practicalities this afternoon for anybody who's interested in putting one on or just finding out about it. So the Peace Education Programme, it's an educational course created by the Prem Rawat Foundation, as I just said, and it consists of 10 positive topics, those topics that were mentioned, positive topics we just saw on that video. Peace, appreciation, inner strength, self-awareness, clarity, understanding, dignity, choice, hope and contentment. And each one is covered in a separate workshop which consists of video clips, animations, times for reflection and expression, and a written article to read or share. The workshop material is focused on a selection of core themes from Prem Rawat's international addresses. You saw a clip of him speaking on there just now. There's a workbook for each participant. There are no tests because the programme is about individual self-discovery, something that's unique for each person, and each person will get something different from the course. There's space for students to write their own reflections in their workbook. And there's time given in each workbook for this, and sometimes people like to share them with the class. In some groups, that's a really valuable time when people share their expressions about the topic that they've just watched. Not any old expressions, but expressions related to the theme of that workshop. And also there's plenty of opportunity for people to express their feelings and their expressions as poems, prose, artwork, dance, and it's even been suggested gardening. There's a lovely peace garden around the corner from here, and at one of our workshops somebody suggested perhaps people could express what they'd felt from the programme in their piece of gardening. It's easy to facilitate, it doesn't require any previous experience or teaching skills. TPRF, the Prem Rawat Foundation, provides materials and help online to guide you through. There's a facilitator's manual which does just that, and that's very easy to follow as well. All the videos and materials are available at no cost from TPRF via their website, and as I said, that's on the back of that leaflet. You need to apply for a licence and then can host as many workshops as you like by keeping in touch with the foundation. I wish I was like Shanika with a little phone and not wasting paper. So Peace Partners can provide support in many ways. If you need financial support for costs such as venue or materials, we have National Lottery funding, which you saw the logo on that video just now, and that's specifically for community and youth organisations to to organise and facilitate the peace education programme throughout the UK. If you'd like help with how to go about starting a course, we can support you with that. You can contact us via the email address on the back here, PEP Inquiries UK, and you can pick up a basic guide to putting on a peace education programme in the UK. There's information on that table over there, and there's people here like Kathy and Lola and Hilary who are willing to help you. And we plan to run another training session here in Croydon and possibly elsewhere. It doesn't have to be Croydon. If you feel you'd like to find out more about facilitating or hosting the workshops. We've got a little card on that table over there. So if you're interested, please fill that in. We just pop that in an envelope confidentially. And we do have a small team of volunteers who may be able to run a programme for you. So if you'd like to find out more in general, there are the leaflets with the Premrout Foundation website and Peace Partners email on that table. And I think that's it. I was just thinking, listening to Shanika and listening to quite a lot of people this morning, that one thing I've noticed with this programme is that people feel valued. And that's a lot of what we've been talking about. And people feel that love. And that seems to be our common theme today. So thank you very much for listening.
And for those of you watching on Peacecast TV, if you're interested, please check out tprf.org for further information with regards to the Peace Education Programme. So now we're going to hear some testimonials from people in London who have been through the Peace Education Programme. We have Janora and we have Elijah, and we also have Uncle Errol who's going to recite his poem. So if I can invite Janora first, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Jaloria Miles. I'd just like to read a short speech about my experience and a few things I learnt on the Peace Education Programme, followed by 2 short poems. My experience of doing the Peace Education Programme gave me reassurance that I can make a difference to the world around me every time I come from the loving space within my heart and engender to choose peace. That peace is possible and is a choice I make from moment to moment. Prem Rawat helped me to value my life, to start appreciating that life is sacred, to begin to welcome every moment and open my eyes to see the world around me differently. Life is beautiful. I have a gift which needs to be cherished. It is empowering to know life is worth living. Life is a miracle. Breathing is a miracle. One day at a time, prepare for your journey. Seek peace within. Hold on to hope. Know that within you is the strength to achieve your dream. Be content in the moment and know you are blessed. Peace first begins with me. I need to be happy and at peace with myself. Then I can be at peace with my neighbours. When I learn to love myself, the good and not so good, I accept myself and also accept my brother. Knowing yourself is strength. Know your strengths as well as your flaws. Choose to dwell on your strengths and you become more. What you focus on grows. It is like a mirror. What you see is what you get. What you dwell on is magnified. You can choose to be happy or you can choose to be sad. Where are you putting the focus of your attention? Man is doomed to make choices. If we choose wisely, we can tune our consciousness to the good that is innate within us and the goodness that surrounds us. We always have the power of choice. My first poem is an acrostic poem called Peace Education Programme. Prem Rawat, empowering all mankind, creating exceptional emancipation across the divide, uplifting God's children everywhere by anticipating their questions and imparting options necessary for peace, reaching out and generating resilience ably, giving meaning and hope to men, women and children experiencing depression. The second poem is a PEP Alpha poem. A blessing, creating dreams of emancipation, freeing generations from feeling helpless, incorporating joy, kindness and love to mankind, enabling the option to choose peace, giving quality, reassurance and security, tantamount to universal vehicle of holistic wholeness, experienced widely by zealots. Thank you.
Thank you. This is so embarrassing. I literally just finished it up. I'm going to have to read part of it from my phone. I hope you like it. I'm just going to talk about how I first made contact with the Peace Education Programme, how it affected me, how it changed my perspective of what I want to do in the future, and what I am currently doing or preparing myself to do. Yeah. So, I first attended the Peace Education Programme whilst I was incarcerated, so I was actually inside in jail at the time. I think Ronnie was there, and Wally was there, and Tony, yeah, that's it, and Tony. And it was like, a bunch of old people coming to a prison talking about peace. I'm sorry, I have to say it, at that time, that was difficult. I'll be honest, so it was like, oh, what's this about? But whilst you're incarcerated, you don't have much else to do. So out of bored curiosity, I made my way there. It's only when I got there and then I started listening to the messages and I started having conversations with other prisoners in that room, I was like, wait, there's an alternative side of life. Like, I don't have to be tough or rude or dismissive or even have to think about other people's opinions of me. I can be me as long as I'm at peace with myself. And that was my first ever understanding of personal peace. So I didn't understand it as that now, but I articulate it as personal peace. So from there I went back to my cell, I was going around the wing, talking about it, talking to other people, older prisoners, younger prisoners, and no one was really inspired or enthusiastic about it or really cared about expressing the message for other people. It was more, if it brings peace to me and allows me to make more money or more success, then yeah, I'm up for it. If not, then no. So then that dawned on me that there's more to just material happiness and success. But because I didn't have a role model that was at peace with pushing through poverty to prove my theory, I never acted on it. I never acted on my own understanding, but the understanding of, I'm reading, so I never went on my own understanding of it. I didn't really understand that, you know, you can be at peace without having chains or cars or clothes or this degree or that or this house or that, you know, but in everything in life, even at school, they always tell, even little kids when they, you know, they do drawings or they do well, they always got to have a gold star, or you've got to be in this group, you've got to be top of the class and all these things. So it's always in competition with other people, but you're not working in cohesion. It's more, if that person can help me, they can be around me. If not, then not. They can't. And if it's like, if that person's rude to me, I'm going to deal with them and get rid of them in any way possible. I'm not going to really think of the consequences or the morality of it or how it's going to be on me or if it's going to give me trauma and then I get addicted to drugs to mask the trauma. I've never, you know, no one really sat me down as a role model and showed me this option or this possibility. So yeah, as I was saying, system on education. So after that, when I got to my cell, I started just studying, just really trying to understand the lies I've been told as my truth, if that makes sense. So I feel like the normal that I used to live before and the normal that I'm living now are two different normals. But other people are still living that normal, thinking it's completely normal. So when you try and talk to them about peace, they're like, what, so I should be like a Buddha? So if someone hits me, because especially in London, if someone hits me or stuff, this is the cliche, if someone hits me, I should turn the other cheek, is that what you're saying? And you know, it's hard to answer, you know, it's not turn the other cheek, because depending on that person, they might just hit your other cheek. It's just, it's just understanding that you shouldn't respond out of anger. If you have to defend yourself to keep yourself alive or, you know, from not receiving any major bodily harm, then I understand that. But if it's you feel you're in a stronger position to do it, or you have, you know, a weapon or money or resources to do something like that, then that's not defending yourself. Then that's when you become like a bully or a criminal or a gangster or a, you know, someone that's not really nice to other people. So when I was in my self-studying, I came across a book called, is it The Secret? And it told me something about a vision board. So long story short, I put my vision, peace. And it's not just peace for me, but a peaceful world or a peaceful way of living. And that was like a vision or a goal that I had that I couldn't really see how to achieve. Cut that out, long story short, I came out, I got reintroduced to Ronnie, was it? You phoned me or emailed me? Yeah, through Lorraine Jones, is it? Of Dwayne Dynamics Federation. And they said that you've done the course in Inside, how would you like to come and facilitate and talk about it as well? So I done that, and then where was that? Where was the first one? In Angeltown.
And funny enough, the video you came in to watch was coincidentally one of your favourite clips with the Lion Sheep.
As you can see on the video, with my terrible hair. Yeah, so when I got introduced to Ronnie and that, it was more, not just peace is possible, but now I can actually play a part in it, I can have a role in it, I can do something about it. It's not just I'm going to walk around with peace signs and protest outside Parliament, because that's what I thought, how you obtain peace, that's what I thought it was, if that makes sense. So now I have a whole new understanding, a whole new outlook, and a whole new network of people that have shown me a new way to get peace. It made me understand that I have to be able to be in a position or live my life the way I envision it. And that's where the vision board came in. So now I started editing it, re-editing it at home and whatnot. And then I think I was in Croydon, long story short, I saw a young man, and he kind of he surprised me. He said something on the lines, I would do harm to someone and I would feel no way about it because I would just be in prison and, you know, jails are comfortable. So that made me understand that he's not at peace with how he's living. He's not one with what he's doing. It's more, he doesn't mind suffering the consequences. So when I saw that, it kind of touched me and got to me. And I just wanted to kind of give young people an opportunity that I never had, especially on this subject, and not in a rude way, because of how I first saw it when I was incarcerated. A bunch of old people telling young people what to do, you know, nobody likes that, especially young people. I thought, how do we get more young people involved in this conversation? Not just involved, but either leading or, I don't know, sub-leading or, really advocating to other young people. And then, yeah, that just got the ball rolling, and I've just been going from event to event. But the most key point about Ronnie, and meeting Ronnie and that, is when they done their joint event in, was it Clapham? In Lambeth College, where I met Prem. That's where I met Prem. And that was when I would say he re-inspired me. Because I was losing hope. It was like, it's possible, but not everyone's coordinated or really carrying the message as fully and whatnot. And when I saw him, he kind of glided into the garden bit. Like the way he was walking, it was like he was, I don't know, like roller skates or like something. I don't know, like his shoes had wheels or something. I don't know. Anyways, when he came in, where was he? I'm trying to really think of this. No, it was after when he came to the garden. Oh, he came into the garden and he was talking about lighting candles. That was it. And I was like, I think I said something about. I think I asked him a question. And then he answered with it. That's it. I can't remember the question, it's so bad. And then he answered it saying, everybody has a candle in them, waiting to be lit. So that kind of got me thinking. So it's not, I have to like make £1 million and then, feed all the homeless and then the world's going to be at peace. It's, if I light my candle and live that way, and then people see that as peaceful, or positive, or beneficial, all I do is go up to the next person and say, well, you've got a candle in you, just light it, or go somewhere where it can be lit. And then that's the kind of the message I've been going on with. That's kind of like my focus now, literally to just go around, and it's not about lighting people's candles, it's about helping them ignite their own candle. And that is it, really, yeah.
So I guess one thing that has been touched upon but perhaps has got missed along the way, the Peace Education Programme, although there are facilitators at Peace Partners and other volunteers around the world, if in your organisation you have people that would like to deliver it because actually it will be better that it's being delivered by people from within your organisation, then that's not a problem. We can support you to do that. The TPRF Foundation can also support you to do that. And I think what we've heard from some of the projects that the Tutu Foundation is doing is that actually peer-to-peer, when you break down those walls of differences, when you can truly relate to someone, that in itself is really important. And so if it's easier to have people from within your community start up the Peace Education Programme, just reach out, and that could be made possible too. I'd like to invite Uncle Errol to serenade us with his poetry.
Tumbling down. Over a period of time, I built up these walls between the halls of my mind. They limit my perception of how high I can climb. These walls and I, we go way back to when I first found myself penned in a crib in a creche in my first orphanage. No, my parents weren't dead, although they may have been. And ever since then, in one way or another, whether because I mucked up or had a run of bad luck, I get locked up. In kids' homes and hostels, detention centre and Borstal, Brixton to Feltham, Belmarsh to Wano, I've done them all. I'm not even bothered no more. Sometimes it's good to get away from it all. I'm like, lock me the hell up and throw away the key. Now don't just throw it, grind it up into pieces. What if someone finds it and decides to release me? That what you call freedom, you can keep it, just leave me be. Major or minor crime, I'll do the time. These walls and I are just fine. Better than standing around out here getting my heart broke, where there's a potential to smoke coke till I choke and attempt to dissolve this lump in my throat. You call this living, I call this a joke. Save your tears, I'll do a couple of years. There's no victim within these walls, just volunteers. I know it sounds senseless, but loud and lawyer, man, I ain't got no defences. I just can't see beyond these barbed wire fences. Now, sometimes a man can get a little bit pensive. I mean, after all, I've been banging around within these walls now for over half a century. And I don't know what life is all about or even how it's meant to be, but in another couple of decades, I'm for the cemetery. Maybe it's time I climbed out of this mind-made penitentiary. But you see those walls, they seem so tall, I guess I could climb them, but what if I fall? But what if I fall? I said I guess I could climb them, but what if I fall? I've got to stop walling around down here in the mire. See, I thought I was safe within these walls, but these walls are a liar. So now I've come with new desire, I've got new fire. I'm kicking off cell door, I'm biting through barbed wire. No more will these walls have me stumbling around like a fumbling clown. Oh, that rumbling sound, prepare the ground. It's these walls, they're about to come tumbling down. So I realised you've given me the mic because of the recording thing, innit? Yeah, I realised, because my mouth is so big that when I've got the mic, it just becomes unbearable. I went, what, you're filming me as well? Why didn't you say? Go. Hi, you missed that, right? You'll get the next one. So as you can see, I'm not like Shanika, wicked poetry by the way, my girl. I'm not like Shanika, I'm not organised by Elijah who came down and sit next to me and he said, oh, that was terrible. I'm thinking, no, it weren't. That was brilliant. You know what I mean? He'd done it from the heart. You know what I mean? He freestyled a bit off his phone, but that's what it's all about. It's all about authenticity. You know what I mean? That's what it's about. Adrian, I can't talk to you right now because I'm doing a little speech, but I'll call you back in about 10 minutes. All right, I'll text you. Okay, wicked. All right, bye. What was I on about? Keeping it real? Did I say something? Anyway, yeah, that's my Hungarian dentist. So I went the other day because I had a problem here, and I went there, and then they've made the problem worse. So I've been ringing her up, threatening her actually. Now that we're talking about peace, you know, I'm going to be real, yeah. You know, I struggle with the idea of peace every day. You know what I mean? Because just like Elijah, you get people who kind of, you know what I mean? It's like their mission, their purpose on earth is to disturb your peace. You know what I mean? And it's like you're getting tested all the time. You know, but I shouldn't only blame other people because I'm my biggest enemy. You know what I mean? I'm the one who disturbed my peace. You know, people talk about oppression and all the rest of it. I'm my biggest oppressor. You know, and I think that is with all of us because how I see it is things happen. Out there, things happen. Sometimes it rains, you know what I mean? Sometimes things don't go the way they should, you know what I mean? And it's always going to happen. If it's not one thing, it's another thing. And we give all these things like names. We call it racism. We call it oppression. We call it poverty. I call it things happening, what you just have to deal with. You know what I mean? And it seems to me that, and don't get me wrong, sometimes there is a time for aggression. Sometimes you have to shout at someone to get them to really understand what you're saying because that's the language they understand, you know what I mean? So I'm on the path of peace, mainly because I've done so much bad for being unpeaceful, you know what I mean? And as I said in the poem, you know what I mean, I'm getting a bit old, you know. Going into jail, seeing young men like Elijah and that, you know what I mean? And I'm in my 50s, you know what I mean? It's a bit embarrassing, you know what I mean? You can't argue with them because they sort of say, look at you, big old man, and you still come in jail, you know what I mean? So that's one reason I've got to be peaceful. But also, the other thing is, I do, on the whole, feel better by myself if there's a situation where I could go and do all that, and I don't do it, and I walk away a bit later, I do feel kind of good about it. I do feel kind of good about it, you know what I mean? There is something to be said about being that bigger person, you know what I mean? And not sort of resorting to the verbal aggression or the, you know what I mean, the physical aggression and that, you know? So, as I said, I'm fighting with it all the time, you know? And just like Elijah, you know, I was in that little hotel, you know, that little hotel by the side of the Thames. They call it Thameside. It's brilliant. They've got room service and everything. There's a little bell on the wall, and if you want some room service, you just press that anytime, day or night. You know what I mean? They'll come and give you what you want. Like, what do you want? No. Yeah. So I was in Thameside, and you know what I mean. There was me, you know, old man in jail, and I thought, okay, I've really got to sort myself out. So I started going to church. You know what I mean? Reading the Bible. Nothing like YouTube videos when you get out. That puts you off Christianity, puts you off church. Don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong, I was loving it in there, but then when you start to use your intellect, you can talk your way out of any kind of worship. So that's another thing I'm struggling with all the time. You know what I mean? Yeah, I love Jesus, yeah, but did he exist? You know what I mean? But anyway, one of the things which was a constant was the peace program. You know what I mean? So I sort of went first of all because I thought, okay, this might help with the parole. You know what I mean? This might help me get the tag and get out of jail early. But I'm there and I'm watching Premoir and I'm watching these videos. And I'm thinking some of this is definitely touching me. You know what I mean? Some of it was stuff that really gave me food for thought. You know, I even wrote a poem about it, which I don't even think. I think what they called me to do was do that poem. I can't even remember it. But there's a YouTube video of it. But I'm going to try and remember it. Okay, so I'm there and I'm watching the video and I'm doodling away. One of the things that I've got learning difficulties, and when I doodle, I can pay more attention. If I'm chewing gum, if I can do something, it took me years to learn this, by the way. You know what I mean? I thought I was just thick. Well, I am. But what I'm saying is that to soak up that energy, when you've got ADHD and all the rest of it, to soak up that energy, you've got to chew gum, you've got to move, you know what I mean? So if any of you are teachers and you've got that youth who just won't bloody keep still, drive you mad, give them some chewing gum or something, you'll be amazed, you know what I mean? But anyway, that's another subject. I don't know how I got onto that, or how did I get onto that? Anyway, so, oh yeah, here it goes, yeah? I might forget some of this, but if I do, you know what I mean, just YouTube it, yeah? Uncle Errol, Seeds of Peace. He speaks without cease, sowing seeds of peace. But I knew no peace, life just seemed so unjust. I mean, where is the love? But this little man seemed connected to a deeper knowing, showing me the trees I was sowing from the seeds I was unknowingly sowing. Something like that. Because you can do what you want and act as you please, but no matter where your day are, you're still sowing seeds. Anyway, back to me. It was unrequited love that had me sad and irate, and so I was sowing seeds of anger and hate. And when I should have been showing a little bit more patience, I was sowing seeds of anger and frustration and ending up in all kinds of mucked up situations. Just insert the swear word there, yeah? Ending up in all kinds of mucked up situations. Constantly on the lookout for all the bad things that was going to happen to me, and so I was sowing seeds of a self-fulfilling prophecy, that's it, of a self-fulfilling prophecy, until I was unable to trust the seed-sowing words from my own seed-sowing mouth, and so I sowed seeds of uncertainty and doubt. But I listened to his words and I became more self-aware. I looked out my window at the garden that was there and I was filled with despair. I raised and I ranted. It was down to me. I was responsible for those trees that I planted. Still, it's never too late to do what you always should have done. And it's never too late to be what you always could have become. Now, not as long as the morning comes with the rise of the sun. So if you've got a messed up forest of trees like me, now is the time to act. But you won't need an axe. No need to gut those trees like a lumberjack. It rhymes, isn't it? No need to gut those trees like a lumberjack. Just plant no more of those seeds that have got your life mucked up. Don't water them. Don't feed them. Let them wither and rot. Plant the seeds that you want to plant. Seeds of love, compassion and peace. All those other troubling trees will have to settle and cease. And at first it's going to be slow, but steady as she grows. Pretty soon these trees are going to grow. And to give your seeds a bit more clout, water them every day with the benefit of the doubt. If you've got any doubting to do, then doubt that any bad shit's going to happen to you. That's how you make the sun come through. So now, as I walk through my orchard, life is nowhere near as awkward. Inspired by his message that must have come from above, now I sow seeds of peace and love. Now I sow seeds of peace and love. You see that hill, right? You know, I've got to deserve my time here because I rode up Brixton Hill on a really rubbish bike and it knackered me out. Have any of you seen me before? Yeah. Yeah, oh, well, before when you saw me, that was the old me. Yeah. I wasn't this new me that now stands before you. I might look the same, but I'm telling you I've changed, and this is a brand new me. This is the me that's inspired to be, that's invited to see, and now, before my confession, this is a new me, so excuse me while I read the warranty and the clause. Well, it says here quite clearly that this is the new me is complete, whole, and without any flaw. The old me would scold me many times. Old me told me that I wasn't good enough to do The best thing about the new me is that I now know that the old me was talking loads of it. And you know what's more? All that crap I've done before, I've been absolved. There isn't anybody keeping score. This is a new me, no longer unruly when things don't go my way or people don't do as I say. That was an old me. You could not control me when I would fly into a rage, but it's okay. Old me's not around anymore. I've got him locked up in a cage. This is a new me. No more excuses based on my upbringing and my history. I've become a bit of a sage. I've turned a new page and I'm writing a brand new story. This is a new me. Now to express what I think, I transform paper with ink and I save all my rant and my rage for the stage. The new me knows that there's nothing wrong with me that what's right with me can't fix. I'll give you that for free. I got that from my therapist. Now, how to get the best of this new me? Best not pick a fight with me. The old me was out of control before. You don't want to fight an encore. Shine a light on what's right with me if you want to stay tight with me. Anyway, this is a new me. There's nothing you can do me. You can even boo me. I love you. Okay, sue me. The new me is still me, you feel me? I'm just acting with a little bit more responsibility. Are you going to become so fond of my newfound ability to respond? See, I'm taking life a bit more seriously, even though I'm still quite boyful. But every day, the new me writes down 10 reasons to feel joyful. Because the new me knows that all that matters is that I feel good. And this is something that the old me never properly understood, so I stand up more straight. I breathe more deeply. I freaking meditate. And you know what? It's like getting connected to another state. Call it my spirit, my essence, my zing. I'm telling you, my bling is within. And my heart no longer feels so tight and gloomy. It feels more light and roomy. Oh, this new me so bright and bloomy. The old me was so criticising, but this new me, boy, I got that Kundalini rising. And this is just the beginning, because while those chakra wheels are spinning, I get win-win situations with all my fellow beings. Do you like this new me? Do you want to do me? No, I don't blame you. I would do too if I could do myself, which is really ironic because I told the old me to go himself. If you're old you won't do, then you're going to be like me and find yourself a brand new you. You'll feel like you've got a seat on the front row pew, a room with a view. I said before when you saw me that was the old me, I wasn't this new me. But shall I tell you something truly? I was always this new me. You just never really knew me.
So I think Errol missed the briefing that this is going out first thing in the morning to some parts of the world. So apologies if there was a bit of swearing along there. Hopefully it didn't cause any offence. That was truly entertaining, actually, really, really entertaining. And you never know, we might be able to release that with some subtitles for those of you who don't speak English as a first language. Okay, so back in the room. No, amazing poetry. Thank you so much for the 3 testimonials. I think it shows the diversity and human applicability that the Peace Education Programme really has. And so it's been really amazing to hear your stories, so thank you very much for those. We're going to just finish before we take a break, and there's going to be a short video, and after the video we're going to be serenaded by our flautist Martin Bentley before we go into a 20-minute break, and then those of you who are watching on Peacecast TV, you can come back 20 minutes after Martin has finished. So now for a video.
Who are you? 50% bad. Sorry, that's the bad news. The good news is 50% good. Very good. Amazingly good. Incredibly good. Fear is in you and courage is in you. Confusion is in you and clarity is in you. War is in you and peace is in you. If you can get angry, that means you have something else too. and that is forgiveness, joy is also there. Understanding and knowing that the good is in you. This is the foundation of emotional strength, physical strength, mental strength. Consciously make a choice. Understand that the possibility of peace is here with you.
Excuse me. Blow my nose. Sorry. I'd planned on doing another song, but I needed to plug my device into the PA. I don't know whether that's possible to do right away. Otherwise, I can just do. It's probably complicated. So, okay. All right. Yes. Oh, Keith, it's the track called Blue Bossa, but while I'll do something else.
Thank you.
break time? Yes. Okay, thank you.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to all of you watching on Peacecast TV. Good morning, good afternoon and good evening to all of you yet again. It's really great to be in sunny Croydon, where a group of really passionate people from different parts of our society have come together to talk about how we can make peace a reality individually for ourselves, for our families and for our communities. And really what's been special about today is that we've been hearing about the efforts of not just recognising today as International Day of Peace, but actually the 365 days and the relentless effort individuals are making to make peace a reality. So we've heard some amazing examples of the efforts people are making, the efforts the organisations are making, and I'm really, really pleased to have a panel representing the various organisations in our community. So we have Christine Wade from the Peace Education Programme, part of Peace Partners. We have Adi Mumeni as well from the Begin to Sports group, CIC. We have CEO and founder of Peace Partners, Julie Hammersley. We have Ellen Matheson, trustee of Tutu Foundation. And we have Shanika Benjamin, who is the founder of Young People Insights. So thank you, ladies. Amazing to have you. Actually, I must admit, this is the first time I've been on a panel where I'm the only man. And actually, how great that is. So, I'm going to start with Shanika. Shanika, I mean, your poetry was truly amazing. And if I say one thing, I think you should do your own show when your book is published, where you actually take people through every single poem that you write and the stories behind them, because I think they are really, really powerful. And they really made me reflect about, as much as, having been a doctor, I'm always learned to try not to judge my patients and to think more broadly, but actually we all do it. And we do it at the time when we are most vulnerable, when we're most tired, when we don't want to, but actually subconsciously these things come in. And I think your poetry really kind of reminded me of how much more of an individual effort I need to make. Talking about young people, how is it that when people are so locked in the perspective that they're from, what is helping them unlock where they're at to actually explore a different perspective?
I think trying to find that is a struggle. I don't think a whole lot of them are unfortunately unlocking that. I think what the way to do that is the key thing is to meet them where they are. It's what I'm trying to work on doing a lot more now, because when you do that, that helps them unlock it. But I think the arts is a great way of doing that. And they are a bit afraid of it. Some of them are certain art forms. My thing is always just let it flow through you, don't overthink it, because with me, I may be writing a poem and something comes out I don't even know what's going to come. So for me, I think art is a great way of doing that, and just getting them to speak and to talk to them and let them know there's different opportunities out there because they don't know. So I think expression through art and just through conversation, because often they're just not really talked to or talked with, they're just talked at. And that doesn't help them learn, but I think it's just more needs to be able to talk to them, because I think they're often not always thinking forward because they're just not able to, or aren't given the chance to.
And what were the priorities for your organisation in making that more of a reality?
A key thing now is developing of the way the organisation is, the way it's run. It's been run by me and myself for 3 years, which is a lot, but also I don't want to do that anymore. I want to give people the time to be part of it, because they are part of everything that's been part of it. The logo is designed by young people. The topics and themes are set by young people. The kickback was named by a young person. Different things are all named by them, they're put in by them. But I want them to now be running the events now, so that they are learning skills and doing things that I've been doing the past 3 years. I want to be able to run workshops, whether it's independent ones or in schools, people referral units, friends institutes, hostels. Some people who often aren't always given a chance to speak out, getting that chance to speak out on things, working on creativity, the power of the voice, and also running events, because people don't also have to do that. And it's so important for them to run a good event. It's actually really hard. I didn't know until I was helping a young person put on an event. And I was going through all this stuff, and he was like, it's a lot. And I was sitting there thinking, no, it isn't. And I was like, oh my gosh, it really is. But because I've been doing it on my own for all this time, for me, it just feels easy now to just help them do these things so they can do it well, so that they can support my organisation and work with that, or go out and start their own organisations, their own events, their own things, so that they make a difference in the world, so that they could be called upon rather than it being Shanika, because I'm not that young of a person anymore. Like I look young, but I've that bracket of a young person that they put on, I've fallen out of the age bracket. So like I need more young people to be out there so that they're being seen and their voices are being recognised, because they're so key and so important. And I'm just one person, but there's so many amazing young people out there, and they need to be heard and they need to be seen. And I hope I can elevate them to do that, so they can take over the running of my organisation, which actually they will take over running the organisation themselves, because I plan to step away in 3 years' time. They will be running it, and they can pass it on to.
Thank you. So that brings us nicely on. I mean, there's lots of individual efforts, and there's lots of efforts being made by individual organisations. And Ella, this is a question for you with regards to the Tutu Foundation and the work that you're doing. How important are partnerships for your organisation, and in what ways can people reach out to the Tutu Foundation to partner with you to make peace a reality in their communities?
So with the Tutu Foundation, as I said earlier, the foundation for everything we do is based on the principles of Ubuntu. So if you feel you subscribe to that and you feel we can work together and create a relationship, then by all means do approach us. The website is Tutu Foundation UK. We do go through quite a stringent process, as I'm sure you'll be aware. And it's not so much what we can do for you, but what you can do for yourselves and your communities, what you're already doing, and how whatever you do aligns with the philosophy of Ubuntu. If we look at the divisions that are happening currently in the UK, what specifically are you doing to change that? Are you working with young people? That's one of our main criteria, that it has to be youth-led. We've already seen how powerful it is for young people to take up the baton of leadership, and we're just there to support them in that. We're seeing evolutionary leaders coming up all the time. Some of them are coming up through indigenous populations all over the world, and I think that's what's most crucial. Taking it back to London, it really is about developing relationships. We have relationships with all sorts of people, and because what we do is framed by the Truth and Reconciliation Committee that Archbishop Desmond Tutu chaired, we are at the stage of meeting people that we would ordinarily not want to talk to. Earlier experience being a segment that Kieran ran for us. And we sort of rush through life not connecting. We have very busy lives, and sometimes that's the focus. But if we take ourselves slightly outside of that, and we imagine that photograph of the first moon landing in that picture, that I can't remember the name, it just escapes me right now. Who took the photograph? I think they debated that, didn't they? Yeah. Somebody saw it, and then somebody else said, take the picture. Anyway, I'm sure you can all visualise that. And if you can see the Earth as this tiny, tiny planet, it's a huge responsibility that we have to take care of that planet. And we're all just moving along in this space and time, doing our thing, and at the moment she's burning, she's crying, she's dying, and she needs our help. So, as I mentioned before, Ubuntu is about all of our human connections. It's about our connection with nature, with the stars, with the planets. Everything that makes us human breeds that connection. So I know that's quite a long way of explaining how to connect with us, but it is very much about the hearts and minds and the willingness to make big impact
in places where people would not necessarily travel.
Thank you. AD, now sport, one thing that I got from your story was where you found a talent, your strength, and identified with that to make so much more possible, not just for yourself, but actually for people around you. What advice would you have for other people who are really struggling to see their own strength? You know, many people who, you know, they don't have a job or they don't know what to do after leaving school, they think that they're rubbish at everything. What advice would you have for those people in terms of trying to get in touch with their strength?
I think in terms of getting into your own strength or finding your ability is to, as we all say, finding that peace, isn't it? What will make you happy? Leaving school without any job, you said, is probably get involved with maybe your local council, have a look at the sport providers within your local authority. Within Begin to Sport Group, we usually do things like life skills, where we mentor the children or the athletes, and we encourage them to have some few hours in coaching children with the intention of hoping that by the time they finish sixth form, they have an idea of what to do when they go back or go into university. We actually, one of our athletes in LSU at the moment got a scholarship. While she was applying for university place in London, she wasn't sure what she really wanted to do. We met, we spoke with her, and there are options. She's very good at sports. She reckoned, okay, if I stay in this country, what is my options? If I go abroad, what is my option? We gave her all of the two options, and she offered to take university in America. So we walked through the process of beginning the SAT, SAT process, applying to university in America. Fortunately, we got a good response. Now, choosing the subject was quite difficult for her. So I said to her, look, you're very good in English communication. You already attained 9 A stars in your 9 A's in your GCSE. You've got 2 A's and 1 B in your A level. In literature, principally, try communication, mass communication, and you have the option to have minor as sports coaching. And when she applied for that, she applied for those two, and now she's doing well it's her second year now in LS in America. Again, not even only that, we've got another child, she's 14 years old. She just finished her GCSE as well. She attained 5 A's and 1 A stars and 1 B in history. Now she's doing at A level. She's only 14 years old. In the tennis school where she got a scholarship, they encourage her with our input at coaching the younger ones, just giving her time to feed balls. And yesterday during training, she said, oh, coach, you know that I actually went into class teaching Spanish and English. Spanish and French with the younger ones. And I'm hoping to probably study teaching psychology or teaching history or teaching, degree. So she found her own level of that way. So it's the same. We always go down to university, principally Roehampton, where I did my first year. And I'm trying to collaborate with the convenience in there, hoping that at some point we can come in and display what we offer, with the hope that we can get some students that can volunteer for us and give them work, spend our time giving them the experience that is required, and then hoping that they can continue what we're doing in future. And I think that's probably the way forward for us, I think.
Thank you, thank you. So I'd like to open it up to the audience. Does any of you have a question for our panel? We have one.
question for Chris here, really. Does being a facilitator for peace education program take up very much time? And what do you get out of it? We've heard what everybody else gets out of it, but what do you get out of it?
I'll answer the second part of your question first. I alluded to that when I said how it's a privilege to witness people transforming, to witness people learning, to witness people changing, applying what they've learned from the peace education program. That is just very inspiring, and also just going along as a facilitator. You're not a teacher, it's not a teaching role, and you learn as well. You learn along with everybody else, and for me it doesn't matter how many times I hear it, there's always something else. That's what that means. Now I can apply that in my life. Now I can apply that, in my relationships with my family and so on. And actually use what I'm hearing, actually use those words that I'm hearing and I'm learning and I'm taking in for myself. And the first part of your question, being a facilitator is in a way like hang on a piece of string. It can range from doing really very, very little and almost just acting like an MC to put on, because the program's there, the program does it, the content is there, we don't need to add to that at all. It just suggests in the manual, just to feel confident standing up in front of a group of people. And that's about it really. And there's even suggestions of what you might say. And when we ran the training session here back in May, my colleague and myself, we deliberately just used the wording that was in that manual, just to let everybody else know that it hadn't come from us, that it was that simple to do. So thank you for the question.
There was a lady at the back with her hand up.
Hi, thank you very much, speakers. Ella from the Tutu Foundation. I'm really inspired by Ubuntu. Do you have speakers who would travel to different parts of the UK?
Short word, so short answer no. But that's not to say that it's not possible. In the words of Prem Rawat, peace is possible. So it's unlikely that there won't be anybody. I'm sure we can find someone. In fact, on Thursday, Archbishop Desmond Tutu's granddaughter published her first book called Everyday Ubuntu. So it might be worth contacting the publisher's Penguin to see if she'll be doing some sort of a book tour. I mentioned earlier that we're meeting next week, trustees, so I can put it out there. What's the question for you? What specifically did you have in mind?
Oh, just simply that, well, I live in two different places, both in Manchester and in Cornwall, right southwest.
I'll come to Cornwall.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Elijah?
Thank you for your words already. It's an open question. Do you know what? Can I have an answer from each of you, in fact? What is it you would say to anybody that's watching or hearing or that will see this afterwards, especially the females, to kind of dig deep and pull out this focus towards peace? What would be your advice or a quote or
Great question. Sorry, I don't mean for Shanika to go first, but who would like to go first?
I'd say take the time to get to know yourself, really understand who you are, understand your flaws, understand what you're good at, understand what you can bring to the world. And once you are more at peace genuinely with yourself and know yourself and with everything, you'll be able to come with more peace in the world because you're not fighting with who you are, you're not fighting with your struggles, you're not fighting to try and be anybody else. I think a lot of people are out here to be someone else, and when you're doing that, you're going to be out here doing any kind of madness, or getting caught up in any kind of thing, or acting in ways that aren't becoming or making you happy. So just figure out who you are, and when you figure that out, just learn to love who you are. Like, I am flawed as hell, but I am beautiful and I'm wonderful and I love me and I'm a great company. Like, I can be on my own, have my own dates with myself, and it's great. So get to know you and just really love you, and when you do that, you will show so much more love and care to others.
Thank you. Also, where could we find you for the rest of it?
Oh, where can you find me? Google.
The females that want to be reignited in their passion.
Oh, where can they find me? Google me, Shanika Benjamin, Shaniqua. But you can, if you don't want to Google me, but I would say do that and you can see my journey. But follow me on Instagram, Shanika, Shaniqua, Benjamin _. I'm very open on that because I have to be. And Twitter, SHANQ Marie. That's when I just spill out my innermost thoughts. I'm not like trying to do the most, like to see when I'm not happy, when I am happy, when things are joyous, when I'm fangirling my sister or anyone like that. So follow me on that and you can find out about my organisation, any other work I do, everything, my poetry, everything I'm doing.
So I think for me, it's about your intention. What is it you want? And one of the quotes that I love, that I can share, is the longest journey you will ever have is from your head to your heart.
Amazing.
I alluded before, or said specifically, that we spend so much time rushing around, making things happen, in the doing things of life, and I think it's really important to be, and it's about being yourself, who you are, accepting who you are, and just basically deciding to let some stuff go. You realise that some of the baggage that we have, some of the worries that we can worry endlessly about things that actually never happen. And sometimes if they do, that's what happens, that's life. I think you said that, was it you that said that before? It's
I think
life.
it was Prem. He says focus on the minute of the present, don't worry about the past and don't overthink the future, just focus on that 1 minute in the present.
Exactly. And that brings me to my next point, that we have everything we need inside of us. Peace is possible, and it starts with yourself. One of the things I learned when I did my wonderful fire week is that pointing at other people means you still have the other three fingers pointing back at yourself. So, personal responsibility, meaning being able to respond ably. And perhaps that might mean doing some research, finding out what's important, and finding a way to make empowering decisions. And one of the things I've found is to ask empowering questions, such as how can I turn this around? What can I learn from this is the biggest one, because sometimes I don't want to. And that is the human condition. We'd rather blame others than blame ourselves. I'm not saying be really tough on yourself, but recognising where you have your power, where your power lies, and how you can move yourself forward with that. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
And where you can find me on the Tutu Foundation website, and you can also find me under my name. I've got several social medias. Tutu Foundation UK, and my website is ellamatheson.com. And on the social media, follow me, I'll follow back.
What's your socials then?
Same.
Thank you, very nice to hear. So it's a very singular journey, really, to keep finding peace within, and it's your own journey. really is your own journey, and it's just about that connection with yourself. And as we've heard, it's about knowing yourself, and it's about taking those steps towards knowing the peace. And it's been my journey for a few years now, and been truly magnificent. And I'm so glad I'm still here to be a part of it. And this day has really resonated and has been very touching for me that this event has happened, and it's through so many people's efforts that it's been such a wonderful day. And it is just about making that connection. So thank you.
I'm sorry, just before you go, you said about connecting with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
How, especially for a woman in this day and age, how is it that they can connect with themselves without isolating themselves from everybody else? Or especially, I don't know, opportunities, if that makes sense?
Well, there are, it doesn't have to, it is a singular journey. You are on your own, in your own boat and navigating, but of course there are other people on that same journey. So, you know, like this day has been all about connecting with other people in a way and making opportunities available. So it's about not being, that fear can sometimes come in. Say, oh, you know, you might be a shy person or not able to really engage, but it's about taking that step so that you can feel more connected.
Where can we find you?
So my name is Julie Hammersley, and the Peace Partners website, and we have a Facebook page called Peace Partners. Thank you.
So I mentioned a few things this morning, how I happen to be here, looking for that safety, safe nest with a 2-month-old baby, looking for peace. I know now that the peace is actually inside me, and I'm so glad that acknowledging that I found the peace, even after having 2 more kids, making 3 girls, teaching them what I know, where I came from, how I happen to be me. Well, I think it's a fantastic thing to acknowledge, and knowing that the more I do what I do best, the more I do what I enjoy, or I enjoy what I do, that peace will always be there. But still, at some point, I was just putting a barrier through. That peace wasn't enough, was it, for me? Because I have not actually achieved what I enjoyed doing at the time until I found Begin to Sports Group. When you come to the track or you come on the grass where I'm teaching, this is not AD, this is like, another AD, because I find peace when I'm teaching the little ones, When they say, oh, Coach AD, I like doing that, I've got so many testimonies from the little ones up to the parents saying how their life has changed. Some of them losing weight, they've been called, you're fat, you've been bullied at school, coming to my program and actually boosted their confidence. Some of them had actually gone through witnessing or being in a knife crime gang area. Coming to my program and actually changed them from having that hatred or anger in them, being a good sportsmanship. So I'd find that peace inside me, finding Begin to Sport Group, and whether it's voluntarily teaching the school and expressing what sport is all about and how it can help you to become a better person in future, or teaching them how to be what they really want to be, and even made me find the peace more inside me. Well, you can find me now on begintosportgroup.cic.com. our Instagram Begin to Sports group on Instagram. Thank you.
I would say, listen to that voice that's inside of you. Some people might call it their gut feeling, some people might say it's the voice from your heart. Listen to it and trust it. And what I feel from a lot of, if we're talking specifically about women, there have been so many strong women, examples of strong women here who must have followed that and trusted it. And it's very easy to listen to this, it's very easy to listen to what other people say to you, but listen to yourself, and then find that peace within yourself, explore it and discover it.
Where can we find
So, thank you very much. I'm very conscious of time and want to bring things to a close. For me, it's been such a great day hearing from all of you who have presented today. I really want to thank you all for your presentations. Definitely want to thank the Tutu Foundation for partnering with Peace Partners and making today possible. Really want to thank Peacecast TV for live streaming this event, and all the musicians and poets, and we have even got more music to come before we conclude. But I just wanted to share a few reflections for me that's happened from today. And what we've heard is that peace is not just for one day, but it's good that we've had one day to really think about how we make peace a reality for the rest of the days to come. And we've also heard that peace, it can happen. There's international peace, there's national peace, there's peace at the community level, which has been a great focus of today, especially here in Croydon, but hopefully for those of you who are watching, for the communities that you're a part of. And then there's peace in families. We heard about domestic violence today. And then there's peace with one another. And then there's a level of peace, which is a very fundamental level of peace, which is that peace from within. And for me, what I've heard is that there are so many projects that are trying to make peace possible, and each of them is addressing a different sphere of peace. And not one of them on their own is going to achieve peace in entirety. And I think what we learn from today is actually partnerships is really crucial. And at the centre of those partnerships is the individual human being and the dignity with which that they can recognise themselves because of the dignity that they are treated with. The fact that, as Shanika was saying, about knowing who you are and then expressing who you are to other people because you recognise who they are in a very human form, which brings us to Ubuntu. So I really think that it's been an incredible day, just really seeing just the commonality, the humanity that exists, and I really do hope that those of you who have been watching Peacecast TV have equally enjoyed being part of this event. We are going to conclude, and for the live stream, you're going to enjoy Tim Hain producing a couple of pieces of music before the live stream finishes. And for the rest of you, please do join us for drinks and nibbles and for more opportunity for us to get to know each other after this event. On a final note, over to Julie.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that the books, if you are from an organisation or a group and you'd like to sign the Pledge to Peace, the book is still open, and there is also the book for personal expressions of peace and acknowledgement of peace if you'd like to sign the book there. And I just really as well wanted to thank you very much for attending today. It's been really wonderful and I've been so glad to share it with you all. And I really want to thank Wendy, our event manager. And the team, thank you. The video team, filming, our speakers, it's really been such a lovely day. Thank you so much for coming along. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peace is possible!
This song is called My Father's Child. Well, I was tuning in my television the morning after 9/11. A rabbi was delivering a sermon to the nation. He says the problem is we're all obsessed with all of our differences. Why can't we be obsessed with the one thing we all have in common? 'Cause I was born without a religion or a nationality, born a brand new human, and that's my identity. Born without an agenda, simple and wide, whichever way you slice it, I am my Father's child. Well, I was caught up in a fight on Facebook. Everybody's right and nobody looking at the other point of view, which is what you got to do. I was unfriended, then I was refriended, 'cause we got together and decided to talk our differences through. 'Cause I was born without a notion of who is wrong or right, born without a nation telling me who I should fight, born without an agenda, just a tear and a smile, whichever way you slice it, I am my Father's child. And nothing gonna take it away from me. I am my Father's child. And when you know your father, then you know your family. I am one of 7 billion reasons, and all of them are human. Man, woman, and children of every nation. Like Bob Marley said, one love, one heart. Like Bob Marley say, I say it too one more time. Yeah, yeah. One love. Let's get together, I say. Let's get together. Feel alright, yeah. 'Cause I was born without a religion, simple and wide, and whichever way you slice it, I am my Father's child. Thank you. All right, folks, I'd just like to say that very important. I just came out of hospital a few weeks ago, and in the lead up to going into hospital, I really kind of thought that this might be it. It might be all over, you know. And the other day, I was listening to Prem Rawat, and he was talking about the wall that we're all going to hit. And he says, you know, when you smell that wall, actually, I smelt that wall. But the upshot is that it increases your consciousness and your awareness of simple appreciation. Hey man, I'm alive, you know? Which is great, because, you know, if I can appreciate my life, I'm more likely to appreciate yours, and that's where peace follows. So I figured I wanted to do a little tune to kind of celebrate the sanctity and the brevity of life. So I thought I would do a song by Willie Nelson called Roll Me Up and Smoke Me When I Die. But I'm in enough trouble already, so I thought I won't do that one. Instead of which, this brand new song I just wrote, and it's simply called Here for a Day. I know we were just talking about, okay, one day, every day, but that's a
about the brevity of the whole scene. It's not, we're not here for long, so this is called I'm Only Here for a Day, or something like this. I'm only here for a day, and then I wither away. Only here for a day. I'm sorry, but I can't stay. Living in a world where too many have got too little and too few have got too much. Looking round and asking myself, hey, what happened to the common touch? Oh, so many sufferers and nobody heed their cry. And here we are all living like we're never gonna die. I'm only here for a day, then I wither away. I'm only here for a day. I'm sorry, but I can't stay. I'm only here for a day. Oh, and I wither away. How I got this song that I play. I'm only here for a day. My friend said to me, the trouble is we're all suffering from the great amnesia. Oh, living like we're all gonna live forever. But that ain't the case, and I sometimes wonder, what if we only could remember? Well, I swear to God, we'd all be a whole lot nicer to each other. I'm only here for a day, and then I wither away. I'm only here for a day. Oh yeah, I'm sorry but I can't stay. I'm only here for a day. Only me and the song that I play. Only here for a day. Yeah, only here for a day. Just like a butterfly. Butterfly, only here for a day. Oh, but there's beauty in that butterfly, and there's beauty in this day. Yeah, so before you wither away, just remember life is good. I'm only here for a day. Thank you. And with that, I believe the event is officially over, so before you go, I just get you all to sing along to something you all know, just so that you know you can take this feeling with you. You know this one by the very Reverend Robert Nesta Marley. It goes like this. Don't worry about a thing. I want to hear you sing one time. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Thank you. Singing, don't worry about a thing. No, no, I won't worry. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Said rise up this morning, shining like the rising sun. 3 little birds, 1, 2, 3, sitting by my doorstep, singing a sweet song, yeah, melody pure and true. And they were saying, this is my message to you. Singing, don't worry about a thing. I won't worry. Said every little thing gonna be alright. Nice one. Singing, don't worry about a thing. 'Cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Yeah, yes. And rise up this morning, shining like the rising sun. 3 little birds sitting by my doorstep, singing a sweet, sweet song, a melody pure and true. And they were saying, this is my message for you. Thank you. Singing, don't worry, worry, worry about a thing. I won't worry, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Yeah, singing, don't worry about a thing.
said, every little thing gonna be alright. One more time I'm saying, every little thing gonna be alright. Every little thing gonna be alright. Every little thing gonna be alright. We could do this all night. Every little thing gonna be alright. One more time. Every little thing gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. Thank you, folks. Enjoy the peace. Thank you.